Hey, you crazy cats! 42's live streams and videos are simply not available on vinyl. You will have to go to the YouTubes for that. So if you want content about British traditions and culture, cutting edge social commentary from an unapologetically patriotic perspective, along with a side order of madness you simply will not find anywhere else, then this is the place for you. And to all those early adapters in the chat, don't forget to hit the notification bell. That's how you get the good stuff, and make sure you never miss a tasty treat. So with that being said and done, squeeze yourself in. Let's get into it. You know you want to. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Please delete as applicable because the internet is worldwide and time zones are a thing. Can I get a wee audio check in the chat, please? Do a couple of hellos. Bah, humbug. Humbug is here. What about you, son? Mr. Sansom, glad to have you here. Keys to the Kingdom, glad to have you here. 5T3 is here, drunk and everything. How's that? What about you, chum? Ernrod the Saxon audio was good. It's a duck audio good. Evening, Peter Walker. David Miles, good evening. There's a couple of people I missed here, I believe. Ugly Truth, did I say hello? I'm not sure. Exiled, what about you, chum? Tricky Woo. I think that's pretty much everybody. Yes, and Hashtag's confirming we've got good audio. That's all good. Right. There's been a substitution or two come along. First wee bit of news. DJ resisting the lies. Budgie Burger, what about you, chum? DJ resisting the lies woke up this morning with a bit of a bug. Now, it's nothing serious, but I don't think he's going to be on tonight because he's just not up to it. He's got the link and I've told him to jump in if he's up to it, and if he needs to leave, drop out again. But I think he's away back to bed, to be totally honest with you. Spanish chicken, what about you? It's not a very safe time of the year for you chickens, so just be careful out there. So there is that. Having said that, Toffee at late notice has said he's willing to jump in and discuss this madness with me. So you'll be having him on instead. He's just got to go and deal with his doggy poos, and he will be along in a minute. So there you go. There's that. What else have we got? Our normal housekeeping is not just quite as normal as usual due to the time of year. A big thank you to everybody that's came along from Bonnie Lad and Sansom. The stream is just finished. So you're very welcome. And if you're somehow made it here and you don't watch Sansom and Bonnie on before me, you might want to give that a go, because if you like my stuff, you like theirs. Now, what else have we got? Ragnar is definitely not. Oh, Barney Brunts off the check on his puppies as well. Yes, gotta make sure the dogs get a wee bit of air. Well, it's doggies, but I think they're right doing their poos. Boss, what about you, chum? Merry Christmas, glad to have you here. Yes, Regs is definitely not streaming tomorrow. I don't think anybody is, to be totally honest with you. I think John's usual Tuesday, Thursday, Friday streams are going along this week. I'm not sure what I'm doing next Saturday evening. There could be an MG involved. There might be a small stream with myself and MG co-hosting. I'm just not sure. It's all play it by ear at the moment. Yes, and John Enoch Powell, sir. We had a hell of a time trying to actually see each other on YouTube the night in the previous stream. YouTube are being kahunta and banning people for the fun of it. But we're back in and everything's all working again. Glad to see it, and that's a good idea, John. Yes, get all Emmas to slap that like button. Yes, that's hashtag saying hello to Steve Cray. We're all good. So I'm going to get the Christmas stuff out of the way at the very start. Andy Belshaw, very welcome here. Glad that you've come across, and thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Hopefully, hopefully by the end of the stream you'll still be here, or you won't have hit unsubscribe. We talk about cultural issues here, similar to what Bonnie Ladd does, but a bit different. We generally do a lot of stuff about traditions, and then we also have a look at what's causing the way life's going at the moment, which is a bit of what we're digging into today with the SCUM Manifesto. Toffee's going to be along in a couple of minutes. All good. Zeitgeist, what about you? How's everything going down under? I believe Santa's been and gone down there, has he not? Yep. The SCUM Manifesto. There was something there I seen in the chat and need to address. Where'd it go? There was something there about Chris, his last stream being unavailable. I'm just looking for it. I know I'm not seeing things. It was after that. There it is. It's from It's a Duck. Is Chris temporarily banned? His last stream unavailable. It's a Duck. I don't know anything about that. I hope not. Yeah, I've seen the advertisements back on for going to visit Australia, which is quite strange because they seem to be very picky and choosy about who actually arrives. Mr. Toffee, what about you, sir?
Evening all.
How's it going? Oh, your audio sounding good. How's yourself?
Are we good? Sorry, everyone. You were looking forward to some Highland dulcet tones, but you got some Scouse dulcet tones instead.
Yeah. How's your knowledge of feminism, Mr. Toffee?
I hate it.
Right. Okay. Have you ever had a proper look at what they do in gender studies?
No, I've been reading. No, enlighten me. Go ahead. Enlighten me.
Right. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to have a look at a thing called the SCUM Manifesto, which was written by Valerie Solanas and is the seminal work of feminism and where most of all this crap comes from. Which you might find a bit strange because it's batshit crazy in places. But I wanted somebody else's take on it as well, so we can sort of discuss the madness. So that are you panicking yet?
A bit. So if you were DJ, had this pre-prepared?
No, DJ has nothing prepared. I said to him, don't even attempt to read it. Now, I know what's in it because I read it approximately 8-9 years ago. So I have an idea of the gist of it. But the actual nuts and bolts of it, I don't have. Anyway, it is an agenda written by a woman called Valerie Solanas. And I'm going to pull up her Wikipedia to give you an idea of the sort of.
So what's the background? Is she just some Irish feminist?
No, she is right. I'm going to bring up her Wikipedia and we'll go through this. For the uninitiated, this is what. See, whenever you hear people say that they've got a gender studies degree, they're studying this bullshit. Right. Now, I'm going to zoom this in a little bit more. Valerie Jean, fuck off with your ads. Valerie Jean Solanas, born April 1936, died April 25th, 1988, was an American radical feminist known for the SCUM Manifesto, which she self-published in 1967, and for her attempted murder of artist Andy Warhol in 1968. Solanas had a turbulent childhood, reportedly suffering sexual abuse. Now, at the hands of her father. Now, it's very strange because, from both her father and grandfather. Now, she told the world, apart from the police, there's no police report, there's no crime report, there's no court case. You know this thing that feminists do with telling the media that somebody violated them without actually pressing any charges? She was the first.
I'm quite familiar with her now. I've read quite a bit about Andy Warhol. I've read a few biographies about him, so I know who she is now. Quite familiar.
And experiencing a volatile relationship with her mother and stepfather. She came out as a lesbian in 1950 after graduating with a degree in psychology from University of Maryland, College Park. Solanas relocated to Berkeley, where she began writing the SCUM Manifesto, which urged women to overthrow the government, eliminate the money system, institute complete automation, and eliminate the male sex. In New York City, Solanas asked Warhol to produce her play Up Your Ass, but he claimed to have lost her script and hired her to perform in his film I Am Man by way of compensation. So he went, I've lost your script, but here, have this part. At this time, a Parisian publisher of censored works, Marsh Gullies, offered Solanas a contract which she interpreted as a conspiracy between him and Warhol to steal her future writings. So she did the obvious thing. On June the 3rd, 1968, Solanas went to the factory. That's where Andy Warhol made all his paintings. Shot Warhol, art critic Mayo Ameo, and attempted to shoot Warhol's manager, Fred Hughes. She then turned herself into the police like 2 days later. She was charged with attempted murder, assault, illegal possession of a firearm, diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and pleaded guilty to reckless assault to intent to harm, serving a 3-year prison sentence, including treatment in a psychiatric hospital. So this is the crazy bitch that wrote all this madness. So that's a bit of a background into her. So there you go. That's what we're dealing with. Oh, Anglo-Saxons arrived. What about you, chum? And Emma G, evening sexy, how's you? Oh, Dawn Browning's in. She's glad she didn't miss this one.
See, at the beginning, right, I hate to say it, but it's got to be said because it's a recurrent theme. See, at the beginning of a Wikipedia, it says that she was abused by a dad and whatnot.
Yep.
She's a victim of abuse. basically. This seems to be a recurring theme with gay and lesbians. It has to be said.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Solange was the first. She set this mold of making an accusation, not reporting it to police, not making a criminal complaint, not having the person investigated, not having a court case, but just spreading that all over the place.
Yeah. You know, anecdotally, there's a girl, she was in year below me in school. I've got like one of these fake soft sock accounts on Facebook. So I just like have a little nosy at people who I know, as you do. There's a girl, right? She was a year below me in school. She's got the classic, one of them piercings in the septum.
Yeah.
She's got like 10 piercings in her ears. She dyes her hair constantly. She claims a few years ago that she got raped, gang raped nonetheless, on a Merseyrail train. You know, them trains that stop every 5 minutes where there's CCTV everywhere. But she claims she got gang raped on a train, and now she says it's true. And it's sort of like part of her little fucking folklore sort of thing of who she is, that she's this feminist who got gang raped on a train. And you think, just look at it logically. This didn't happen. None of this happened. There's a recurring theme that these people, someone just put in the chat, I don't know if it was Budgie Burger or Siggy Bacon, every feminist claims they've been raped, and that's not hyperbole, they do.
Yeah. And the other thing that they don't do is they tell the world via social media. They don't bother telling the police.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it's very doubtful. Now, this method of promoting yourself and yes, Billy blogs, you're exactly. It's not the thing about the borstal. So the Solange started this.
Where's your fucking tool? Sorry, I had to say that.
Yep. Oh yes, the SCUM movie.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had the cough there. Yep. The Solange was the first one to put this out, and then that would have been echoed by, oh god, can't remember her name. A Spanish name, a Spanish feminist, and also Andrea Dawkins that says every time a woman has sex with a man, it is rape because women are not of equal standing and are therefore pressured into it.
Fucking hell. Talk about a contradiction from feminists. You are equal, now you're not equal.
Yep. Oh well. What they're saying is the structural powers do not make them equal. So women are financially beholden to their husband. So therefore, Billy blogs every time. And this is why I wanted to actually read some feminist literature. Everything I know about feminism, I learned by reading their literature. So that this is where it kicks off with this SCUM Manifesto. Now, what I wanted to do,
just from your personal point of view, 42, and from mine personally, every woman I know is anti-feminist. Every woman I know, all my aunties, I've got a big family, all my aunties, all my cousins, normal women hate these women, I've noticed.
Oh, 100%. This is a very small batch of universally educated, indoctrinated bitches that have fucked up the game for men, women, and everybody else. The people most damaged by feminists is women.
Yep.
Yep. No.
You'll never get someone who'll stick up for a man more than a woman who's got a son.
Yep. Right. Now, what I wanted to do before I actually get into this manifesto, because whenever we start to read it, you'll think nobody could possibly take this seriously, because you really couldn't. So this is a right. Here we go. This is from St. Mary's University Research Scholars, featuring scholarly research, writing, and media at St. Mary's University. American Studies, Biographical Stories, Criminal Science, Cultural History, Gender Studies, Political History, and Psychology. The SCUM Manifesto, and the author of this essay is Islur Sanch Uria. And he goes on by starts off by saying she has a very troubled childhood. When she was young, she was molested by her father, blah, 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 because they all relate this. But this was, where's the date in this? Yes, this was put out in 2018. So now I could find literally a shitload of different articles, but I'm only going to put up two. Get the other one.
Sorry, that was a picture of Andy Warhol, wasn't it?
To be totally honest with you,
that was Andy Warhol, surely.
Yeah,
I was a bit confused there.
I honestly wouldn't recognize Andy Warhol.
No, I think that was him.
Right.
I was thinking, fucking hell, she's this ugly.
Yep. I thought that was actually the professor, to be totally honest with you. That was Andy Warhol. Right. Now, I'm going to get another one up. Chrome tabs. Has this come up? Right. I need to make that a little bit bigger. View. Zoom in. This is a Journal of International Women's Studies, Volume 10, Feminist Women's Studies Association Annual Student Essay Competition, which is from March 2019. Sometimes the meaning of the text is unclear, making sense of the SCUM Manifesto in a contemporary Swedish context. Now, that's all I'm going to do on that stuff. All I wanted to do was show that this this stuff is studied in university. It's taken very seriously. They're not saying to follow it like a Bible, but they do study it, and it is. It's not. Whenever we start to read this, you're going to go, "Holy fuck, this is just mad."
Do you know what's sad now, mate? Whenever I hear the word Sweden, I just think it's going to be a fucking joke. They've turned into a joke country, and it's so tragic.
Well, this was from 2008. That article was from 2008. Sweden has been going that way for quite a long time, and it's this feminist ideology that has put them to where they are.
Yeah.
Right.
The first openly feminist government, which
Yeah.
within a few months became the rape capital of Europe. For fuck's sake.
Right. I'm going to get this zoomed in. Zoomed in. Zoomed in. Right. Here we go. Start to read this madness. Chrome tab. What I'm thinking is we'll read a bit, then we'll discuss it, then we'll read another bit. So this is the SCUM Manifesto. It was written in 1967, published in 1968. Right, this is when this started. By Valerie Solanas. See how far this. Yep. I'm going to do this first section, and we'll have a bit of a discussion. Life in this society being, at best, an utter bore and no aspect of society being at all relevant to women, there remains to civic minded, reasonable, thrill seeking females only to overthrow the government, eliminate the money system, institute complete automation, and destroy the male sex. It is now technically feasible to reproduce without the aid of males, or for that matter, females, and to produce only females. We must begin immediately to do so. Retaining the male is not even the dubious purpose of reproduction. The male is a biological accident. The Y male gene is an incomplete X female gene. That is, it has an incomplete set of chromosomes. In other words, the male is an incomplete female, a walking abortion, aborted at the gene stage. To be male is to be deficient, emotionally limited. Maleness is a deficiency disease, and males are emotional cripples. The male is completely eccentric, trapped inside himself, incapable of emphasizing or identifying with others, or love, friendship, affection, or of tenderness. He is completely he is a completely isolated unit, incapable of rapport with anyone. His responses are entirely visceral, not cerebral. His intelligence is a mere tool in the service of his desires and needs. He is incapable of mental passion, mental interaction. He can't relate to anything other than his own physical sensations. He is a half dead, unresponsive lump, incapable of giving or receiving pleasure or happiness. Consequently, it is his he is at best another bore, an inoffensive blob, since only those capable of absorption in others can be charming. He is trapped in a twilight zone halfway between humans and apes, and is far worse off than the apes because, unlike the apes, he is capable of a large array of negative feelings: hate, jealousy, contempt, disgust, guilt, shame, doubt, and moreover, he is aware of what he is and what he isn't. Although completely physical, the male is unfit even for stud services. Even assuming the mechanical proficiency, which few men have, he is first of all incapable of zestfully, lustfully tearing off a piece, but instead is eaten up with guilt and shame, fear, insecurity, feelings rooted in male nature, which have which which the most enlightened training can only minimize. Second, the physical feelings he attains is next to nothing. And third, he is not emphasizing with his partner, but obsessed with how he's doing, turning in a performance, doing a good plumbing job. To call the man an animal is to flatter him. He's a machine, a walking dildo. It's often said that men use women. Use them for what? For what? Surely not pleasure. Eaten up with guilt, shame, fears, insecurities, and obtaining. If he's lucky, he's barely perceptible physical feelings. The male is nonetheless obsessed with screwing. He'll swim through a river of snot, wade nostril deep through a mile of vomit if he thinks there'd be a friendly pussy awaiting him. He'll screw a woman he despises, any snaggle-toothed hag, and furthermore, pay for the opportunity. Why? Relative physical tension isn't the answer, as masturbation suffices for that. It's not ego satisfaction. It doesn't explain screwing corpses and babies. Completely eccentric, unable to relate, emphasize, or identify, and filled with a fast, pervasive, delicious sexuality. The male is physically passive. He hates his passivity, so he projects it onto women, defines the make as active, then sets out to prove that he is the man. His main means of attempting to prove it is screwing, the man with the big dick tearing off a big piece. Since he's attempting to prove an error, he must prove it again and again. Screwing then is a desperate, compulsive attempt to prove he's not passive, not a woman, but he is passive and does want to be a woman. Being an incomplete female, the male spends the life attempting to compete himself to become female. He attempts to do so by constantly seeking out fraternizing with, and trying to live through a fuse with a female. By claiming that his own all-female characteristics, emotional strength and independence, forcefulness, dynamicism, decisiveness, coolness, objectivity, assertiveness, courage, integrity, validity, intensity, depth of character, grooviness, etc., and projecting onto women all male traits, vanity, frivolity, triviality, weakness, etc. It should be said through that the male has one glaring area of superiority over female: public relations. He has done a brilliant job of convincing millions of women that men are women and women are men. The main claim that females find fulfillment through motherhood and sexuality reflects what males think they'd find fulfilling if they were female. Women, in other words, don't have penis envy. Men have pussy envy. When the male accepts his passivity, defines himself as a woman, males as well as females think men are women and women are men, and become a transvestite. He loses his desire to screw or to do anything else for that matter. He fulfills himself as a drag queen. He gets his dick chopped off. Then he achieves a contentious, diffuse sexual feeling from being a woman. Screwing is, for a man, a defense against the desire to be a female he is responsible for. Your thoughts?
Fucking hell, where do we even begin with that? Jesus Christ. Do you know what, mate? I'll go to the extreme and say that I've said this before on other streams. I don't think women should be in charge of things. I don't think that's the natural order. And I think if women get put in positions of authority, this is the kind of fucking shit that happens. Sorry, ladies in the chat, Dawn and everyone. But how does it make any, I'll say like a prime example for an analogy. Black widow spiders. So the female of the species is a lot bigger than the male. How does it make sense? I'm 6 foot and weigh 16 stone. How does it make sense for me to take any kind of orders off some 9 stone, 5'2" person? It does not make any fucking sense whatsoever. This is what happens when women get put in charge of things. They start coming up with mental shit like this.
Well,
being in a penis envy, vagina envy. No, fuck off. You're not meant to be in charge of things. Know your place. Sorry.
Right. Now, here's a question for you. Can you see any bit of that has made its way into mainstream society?
Yeah, every bit of that's made its way into mainstream society.
Yep. Boys being treated as dysfunctional girls in school. The big push towards transgenderism that definitely affected males more than females at the start.
But now, if a little boy acts normal, like a low attention little boy who's curious about his environment, he gets put on fucking, what's it called? Ritalin.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Gets put on Ritalin in school. He tried to prescribe it to me because I was a bit of a boisterous boy. And luckily, my ma was like, nah, what's wrong with him? He was like, oh, he won't pay attention. We need to give him drugs. No, do you fuck?
Here's the funny thing. Have you thought about the word boisterous?
Yeah, they just demonize that word, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, boisterous, like a boy.
Being a boy.
Yep. This came out in 1967. How many transgenders were there in 1967? Very fucking few. I don't even know if the operations were figured out by then. But she's all about saying men need to turn into women or not be there at all.
No.
And like I said, this is studied in university.
Body dysmorphia, It's all transgenderism is body dysmorphia on an extreme scale. We all suffer from it to a degree. But
Yeah,
this wanting to cut you. Put it this way, like really simply, if you look down at your dick and think that it is not meant to be there, guess what? You're mentally ill. Simple as.
yeah,
If you think your fingers aren't meant to be there and you want to cut them off, you're mentally ill.
yeah. The thing is, if you go to the doctor and say, "Doctor, I don't think I should have these fingers. Would you chop them off?" They'll take you aside and have a wee word with you.
That's it.
Yeah, but tell me I don't think a stick should be here. Oh, come right ahead, miss.
Mister. But you know, anorexics are an interesting one. Anorexics see themselves as fat. So they'll look in the mirror and think, oh, I'm overweight there.
Did
So
you
are we
see?
going to start saying to anorexics, yeah, you're fat, keep starving yourself, go ahead.
Did you see the video? Oh, I can't remember whose stream it was on. I think it was Bonnie Lads. With the woman who was saying that she was skipping meals because she couldn't afford to eat, and she was living off leftovers.
No, I didn't see that.
No, well, I think that woman was anorexic, and every time she looked in the mirror, she seen a fat person because she was fat as fuck.
Yeah.
But she seemed to think that she wasn't eating anything. Right, so that's the first section. Here we go with section 2. I need to make this a little bigger, I think.
Do you know what, mate? From what you like that first section, I read this. She's got some kind of sexual fetish. I think this woman, the way she puts big man, where is it? Big man with a big dick.
Yeah,
You're like you've got some kind of fucking weird thing going on here, love.
Oh, well, look, she thought the correct response for somebody supposedly losing her screenplay was to go and try to kill him.
Yeah.
You know, she's clearly not working on a.
His entire circles. He's
Yeah,
a degenerate Andy Warhol. I've read a good few, I've read good 5 biographies about him. Like I used to be interested in him for some reason, and he's just this entire circle was just degenerate as fuck. Lou
yeah.
Reed as well, that punk singer. He was in with them. Degenerates, dirtbags.
Right. Here we're going to do the section on war because she's broke this up into sections. Right. So this is war. She's going to explain war in about 2 sentences. The male's normal compensation for not being female, namely getting his big gun off, is grossly inadequate, as he can get it off only at a very limited number of times. So he gets it off on a really massive scale and proves to the entire world that he's a man. Since he has no compassion or ability to emphasize or identify, proving his manhood is worth an endless amount of mutilation and suffering an endless number of lives, including his own. And his own life being worthless, he would rather go out in a blaze of glory than to plod grimly on for 50 more years. And that's her whole fucking that's her whole chunk on war. That's you know, and this is what we're having. People are going to university to study.
If I had a kid, I'd advise them not to go to university.
Yeah, it's looking less and less sensible. Right. Niceness, politeness, and dignity. I'm noticing a pattern here. Our first
This is that
section.
every man deep down knows he's a worthless piece of shit. Fuck them hell.
Yep. Oh, what I will notice is these sections are getting smaller the further it goes along. It's like she's wanted to do this stuff, and then it's beginning to look like work. So it's got very small. Every man, deep down, knows he's a worthless piece of shit, overwhelmed by a sense of animalism and deeply ashamed of it, wanting not to express himself, but to hide from others his total physiology, total eccentricity, the hate and contempt he feels for other men, and to hide from himself the hate and contempt he suspects other men feel for him, having a crudely constructed nervous system that is easily upset by the least display of emotion or feeling. The male tries to enforce a social code that ensures perfect blandness, unsullied by the slightest trace of feeling or upsetting opinion. He uses terms like copulate and sexual congress, have relationships with, to mean sexual relations is a redundancy, overlaid with stilted manners that's the suit on the chimp.
I say it tongue in cheek. I've said it a few times, but Islam is right about women.
Yeah, it like the whole thing. Batshit crazy is an overused term, but yeah, nah. Money, marriage, and prostitution, work and prevention of an automated society. There is no human reason for money or for anyone to work more than 2 or 3 hours a week at the very most. All non creative jobs, practically all jobs now being done, could have been automated very long ago. And in the moneyless society, everyone can have as much of the best of everything as she wants. But there are non human male reasons for wanting to maintain the money system. One, pussy. Despising his highly inadequate self, overcome with intense anxiety and deep, profound loneliness when by his empty self, despite desperate to attach himself to any female in dim hopes of completing himself, in the mystical belief that by touching gold he'll turn into gold. The male craves continuous companionship of women. The company of the lowest female is preferable to his own or that of other men, who serve only to remind him of his repulsiveness. But females, unless very young or very sick, must be coerced or bribed into male company.
Yeah,
Supply the
Paul just said it perfectly. This is written by a tart who men don't want. That's what this is. Just some fucking little fucking reject who men don't want because she's disgusting.
well. I'll say something else. Anybody that thinks that we can, uh, yeah, all non-creative jobs, practically all jobs now being done, could have been automated long ago. This does not sound like anyone that's ever seen a building site or a sewage system or the electricity system. You know, it is a pretty, her idea of work is something that's done in an office, not the realities of actually creating anything.
Yeah, the feminists don't complain that there aren't many jobs for them digging up ditches or
Right.
sewage treatment.
Emma G saying, this makes me ashamed to be a woman. Here, hold on.
No, you shouldn't.
No, see, here's the thing. This wasn't written by a woman. This was written by an idiot. That's two different things. And women are not to blame for this.
Plenty of shithead men out there.
Ugly truth, you think? The bitch has issues. I think she might. Yep, I think she might have had an issue or two. Right. Yep. Yes, we've done pussy. But it's natural for women to want to copulate with men and men to copulate with women and commingle and create a good relationship that creates a family.
42 DJs in the chat there.
Here, DJ, feel free to jump in here. Let me know if you need that link again. And how you feeling, chum?
What, like?
Where'd he go?
Needs he's up for it.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, any ladies in the chat, just to reiterate, this is a fucking disgusting, mentally ill, attempted murderer. We're not putting this on all women, obviously.
Yeah, this woman wrote this because she's a nutcase, not because right, I'm going to stick this in the chat. DJ, jump in. Anybody else that jumps in is getting booted. Sorry, but that's just how it is. DJ, if you're up for jumping in, jump in. This will be right up your street. I don't know how much of it you've heard. I honestly don't know.
Just reading through this, mate. Leisure time horrifies the male who will have nothing to do but contemplate his grotesque self. Jesus Christ.
What
I don't
section are you
believe in the term hate speech, but that isn't fucking hate speech.
Right. 2. The supply of non-relating male with the delusion of usefulness enable him to try and justify his existence by digging holes and then filling them up. Leisure time horrifies a man who will have nothing to do but contemplate his grotesque self. Unable to relate or to love, the male must work. Females crave absorbing, emotional, satisfying, meaningful activity, but lack the opportunity or ability for this. They prefer to idle as they waste their times away in the ways of their own choosing, sleeping, shopping, bowling, shooting pool, playing cards and other games, breeding, reading, walking around, daydreaming, eating, playing with themselves, popping pills, going to the movies, getting analyzed, traveling, raising dogs and cats, lolling about on the beach, swimming, watching TV, listening to music, decorating their houses, gardening, sewing, nightclubbing, dancing, visiting, improving their minds, taking courses, and absorbing
That is the most mental,
lectures, plays, concerts, art.
sentence in this whole thing.
Yep.
It's just a list, a concise list of
Yep.
things that people like to do.
Yeah, but she said only women like these.
Yeah, only women like to do it. Weird.
Yep.
Weird.
Therefore, many females would, even assuming complete economic equality between the sexes, prefer living with males or peddling their asses on the street, thus having most of their time for themselves, to spending many hours of their days doing boring, stultifying, non-creative work for someone else, functioning as less than animals, as machines, or at best, if able to get a good job co-managing the shit pile. What will liberate women, therefore, from the male control is the total elimination of the money work system, not the attainment of economic equality with men within it. So she wants work done away with.
Yeah. Communist.
DJ, what about you, Sean?
But like, I'm fucking dying, eh? Honestly, God. I thought, like,
Got the coup flat.
the last few days at work, I didn't have enough fucking money to fill my car up, so I was getting a lift to work off the guy that I'm working with, but he's had like some really bad colds for about a month, and I thought, fuck it, I'll be fine now. Well, no, I woke up the day feeling like death, so just trying to sleep it off, but every time I fall asleep, I wake up and it's worse, so I do apologise for missing the start, like, but at least you weren't left on your lonesome. You had coffee.
Yeah. What do you think of
That's a
what you've
cover your
heard?
back, lad.
Eh?
That's a cover your back, lad.
Yep. Ludwig, this is the SCUM Manifesto. It was written by a woman called Valerie Solanas, and it's studied in universities in gender studies.
She sounds like my type of lassie, like. Any woman that does gender studies, I want to slide into her DMs, so I can tell her what I think of her.
Well, this is a seminal work from gender studies.
Mm-hmm. So, like, because I've never heard of this before. So, what was this manifesto created for? Was she like a member of a party or something?
No.
You're on to Andy Warhol, the artist.
Aye.
She was part of his little clique, and she was like some mental feminist, and she tried to kill him, and she wrote this mad fucking feminist manifesto, which is this here.
And then the academics in the women's studies, because it was women's studies at that stage, ran with it.
Fucking hell, I'm already noticing things that are pissing me off right at the bottom there. Power. What is it with these people in power? And we talk about power as if they don't have any power. You've got all the fucking power.
The SCUM Manifesto is the Society for Cutting Up Men.
So basically, it's just she's writing Nicola Sturgeon's inner thoughts on paper.
Well, no, but Nick, we're going to come on to this. What if I told you Nicola Sturgeon's thoughts were the way she was because she studied this book?
Do you have? I mean, I was going to say, do you have proof of that? But it's probably fucking true, to be fair.
Right. Okay. Right.
But wouldn't surprise
me. You don't get through. You don't get through gender studies in university without studying this book.
I don't know what she did in university, to be fair. I know she used to be a lawyer, like, but
yeah.
Did they even have gender studies when Sturgeon was a child? I mean, I don't even know how old she is, to be fair, but
by the time Sturgeon was going to university, it would have been swapping from women's studies to gender studies.
Oh, right, okay, that explains the fucking stupid haircuts then.
There's three seminal works in feminism. The first thing would be the Declaration of Sentiments at Seneca Falls, which was in the 1800s. Then you've got this, the Society for Cutting Up Men, the SCUM Manifesto, and then which was 1968, and then late 70s, early 80s, I believe, Sally Miller Gerhardt wrote her essay, "The Future If There Is One Is Female."
Yeah.
So 42. Did they literally teach this cunt's writings in university?
Yes, that's why I brought up the university stuff at the start. Whenever you go to do foundational feminism, they read this book and they have questions like, was it satire? Was it real? What are the good bits we can take from it? What are the bits that we need to dump? Blah, blah, blah. And the thing by Sally Miller Gerhardt, who was a women's studies professor, is a softened down version of this.
Jesus Christ. I don't know how far you've got into this paragraph, so you've got on the screen just now, but I'm just reading through it, and it says, Yammers on about all these different activities that apparently women do. But I noticed it says breeding, as if that's a problem. Women can't find a decent job, so they tend to breed, That's good.
So university are teaching the writings of a paranoid schizophrenic who got done for attempted murder.
Yes. Yes, Andy Warhol was going to fix up her screenplay for her and try to get it made into a play. And apparently he lost it. And her obvious response to that was to try and shoot him as manager and an art critic that happened to be in the same place as him at the time.
Yeah. Familiar with the story.
It all makes perfect sense in this world of batshit crazy.
Do you know what was funny as well? Andy Warhol forgave her.
Oh yeah, he did.
I forgive you, fellow leftist.
Yeah, because he's a total cuck.
Yep.
Porn. She has broke this down into sections. The one at the very start went through all of trying to bring DJ up to date. Went through how a man's an incomplete female, and yep, all right, because of the chromosomes and whatnot.
How's a man a complete female, like an incomplete female? We've got a more dangly part than women.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
I didn't say it made sense, and it says all about men trying to become women. Now, bear in mind, this was 1967, but we then moved through to the point where in today's world, we've got many boys wanting to turn themselves into females.
You know, it's that expression comes to mind, ignorance is bliss. So I wish I didn't have to know half of this shit.
Yeah. Right.
The world's mine.
I wish I was a normie so much.
Oh, we got to end with them a wee bit, like head in the sand, but at least it's free from this shit.
Right. Power and control. Unmasterful in his personal relations with women, the male attains to masterfulness by manipulation of money and everything controlled by money. In other words, of everything and everybody. Love substitute. Unable to give love or affection, the male gives money. It makes him feel motherly. The mother gives milk. He gives bread. He is the breadwinner.
I have never heard something like that before. That if a man parts with his money, he does so because it makes him feel motherly.
Yeah.
Like, and this is a pretty broad generalization because she's clearly never met me. I'm a pure Jew. I'm not part of money for any fucker.
Yeah. Provide the male with a goal. Incapable of enjoying the moment, the male needs something to look forward to, and the money provides him with an eternal, never-ending goal. Just think of what you could do with $80 trillion. Invest it, and in 3 years' time, you'd have $300 trillion.
Replace the word male with something that begins with J.
Provide the basis for the male's major opportunity to control and manipulate. Fatherhood. Fatherhood is not an ability to control or manipulate. Motherhood does that. Fatherhood and mental illness. Fear, cowardice, timidity, humility, insecurity, passivity. Mother wants what's best for her kids. Dad only wants what's best for daddy. That is peace and quiet, pandering to his delusion of dignity, respect, the good reflection on himself, status, and the opportunity to control and manipulate, or, if he's an enlightened father, to give guidance. His daughter, in addition, he wants sexually. He gives her hand in marriage. The other part is for him. Daddy, unlike mother, can never give in to his kids, as he must at all costs preserve the delusion of the decisiveness, forcefulness, always rightness, and strength. Never giving one's way leads to lack of self-confidence and one's ability to cope and with the world, and to passive acceptance of the status quo. Mother loves her kids, although she sometimes gets angry. but anger blows over quickly, and even while it exists, doesn't preclude the love and basic acceptance. Emotionally, deceased daddy doesn't love his kids. He approves of them. If they're good, that is, if they're nice, respectful, obedient, subservient to his will, quiet and not giving to unseemly displays of temper that would be most upsetting to daddy's easily disturbed male nervous system. In other words, if they're passive vegetables, if they're not good, he doesn't get angry. Not if he's a modern civilized father. The old-fashioned ranting, raving brute is preferable, as he is so ridiculous he can be easily despised, but rather expresses disapproval, a state that, unlike anger, endures and precludes a basic acceptance, leaving the kid with the feeling of worthlessness and a lifelong obsession with being approved of. The result is a fear of independent thought, as this leads to unconventional, disproved, dis, disproved of opinions and way of life.
Do you know the expression you say a lot, but you didn't say very much?
Yeah.
I don't think that sentence or that phrase would really do it justice for that blurb you just read out there. I have absolutely no fucking idea what the hell that's supposed to be about.
Yeah.
I would like to ask this lassie, where in the doll? Point to where in the doll the man touched you, but if she's schizophrenic, then probably fucking everywhere.
Well, she claims she was sexually abused by her father and grandfather.
All right, okay.
I see. Right. Do you know what pisses me off? This is a constant thing with the feminists. See what it says at the top? His daughter, in addition, he wants sexually.
Yep.
Are you fucking serious? What kind of fucking sick, mental, degenerate thinks that? That's a common thing with feminists. They're onto that TV show, Loose Women. Do you know that? Colleen all them. There was that. I think she's a Kiwi New Zealander, Jermaine Greer. She's a famous feminist.
Yep.
She was on there and giving the argument that men kissing their daughters is paedophilia.
Yep.
You think, you fucking sickening bastards.
It's a lot about them for them to even assume that would
exactly, yeah.
So it's more about
why is your mind going that way, you fucking sicko? Listen to that sentence, lads. His daughter, in addition, he wants sexually.
Yep. And he gives her hand in marriage. The rest is for him.
Oh, fucking
hell.
You know. And also the whole notion that fathers are inadequate, unimportant, and not good for children, which is
I think though, I know that feminists, it goes without saying, they absolutely despise white men. That's standard practice. But if you think about it, one thing that they never seem to realize when they sit and describe men or how fathers used to be, because I'm not saying every man's the same, but they make out we're all heartless. They make out that we're just cold fish. That's we're all about the money, we're all about the work, etc. But yet they still have a lot of, well, not all fathers, but a good portion of them. They still have a very affectionate side for their children. So despite the fact that as heartless and as cold fished as bitches like Howell and Farrow that we are, we still have a very large soft spot for our children. So I think that says a lot about us as men, does it not?
Yeah,
dehumanizing the purposely trying to dehumanize us.
Yeah.
For the kid to want daddy's approval, it must respect daddy.
Wow.
And being garbage, daddy can make sure that he is respected only by remaining aloof, by distanceness, by acting on the precept of familiarity breeds contempt, which is of course true. If one is contemptible, by being distant and aloof, he is able to remain unknown, mysterious, and thereby to inspire fear, respect. Disapproval of emotional scenes leads to fear of strong emotion, fear of one's own anger and hatred, fear of anger and hatred combined with a lack of self-confidence and one's ability to cope with and change the world, or even to affect it in the slightest way one's own destiny, leads to a mindless belief that the world and most of the people in it are nice, and the most banal, trivial amusement are great fun and deeply pleasurable. The effect of fatherhood on males specifically is to make them men. That is, highly defensive of all impulses to passivity, faggotry, and the desires to be female. Every boy wants to emulate his mother, be her, fuse with her, but daddy forbids this. He is the mother. He gets to fuse with her. So he tells the boy, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, to not be a sissy, to act like a man. The boy, scared shitless of and respecting his father, complies and becomes just like daddy, the model of manhood and the all American ideal, the well behaved heterosexual dullard.
Fucking what?
Does that give you any idea as to where this thing where we praise all the LGBTs come from?
Yeah, because I was thinking as well there, like, albeit the rhetoric that you hear nowadays from the likes of, as I mentioned earlier on, my favourite woman in the world, Nicola Sturgeon, you know, all of them when they push this crap in Scotland just now, it's obviously not, it's not worded as extreme as this shit, but it's the same message, really. You know, pushing boys to be a certain way is wrong, etc. And that's kind of more or less what that's insinuating in that paragraph. But you know,
it's a softened down, acceptable version.
Yeah,
but it is a version.
Mm-hmm. Fucking wow.
And I'm pretty sure she read this universally.
She fucking wrote it when she was on crack.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure Sturgeon read this universally.
Oh, right. Probably. Sturgeon probably reads that every night.
Yep.
That and probably that book, Why I'm Not Talking to White People About Race.
Yep. The effect of fatherhood on females is to make them male, dependent, passive, domestic, animalistic, insecure, approval and security seekers, cowardly, humble, respectful of authorities and men, closed, not fully responsive, half dead, trivial, dull, conventional, flattened out, and thoroughly contemptible. Daddy's girl, always attentive and fearful, uncool, unanalytical, lacking objectivity, appraises daddy and thereafter other men against the backdrop of fear, respect, and is not only unable to see the empty shell behind the facade, but attempts the male definition of himself as superior, as female, and of herself as inferior, as male, which, thanks to Daddy, she really is.
What the fuck? I don't know one man. I mean, I don't know that many fathers, but out of all the fathers that I do know, and the few that have got daughters, I've not seen this curious dynamic between them. Like, so
no, this is not normal.
No, it's not.
It's not how the world works.
No, it's not. If anything, I mean, as the expression goes, daddy's little girl, quite often you see that more often than not, fathers and their daughters, they seem to have a separate bond, a different bond to what fathers and sons have, closer. I don't see the weird dynamic that she's insinuating anyway. But I don't know what the fuck sort of life she had, but this is a classic example of somebody who alleges she had issues in her childhood or whatnot, and she now thinks that the entirety of the world is identical to the life that she lived.
Yeah.
Here in the real world, you know, we're left scratching our head, dude.
Yeah. It is the increase of fatherhood resulting from the increase in more widespread affluence that fatherhood needs in order to thrive, and that has caused a general increase in mindlessness and the decline of women in the United States since the 1920s. The close association of affluence with fatherhood is led, for the most part, to only the wrong girls, namely the privileged middle-class girls getting educated. The effect of fathers in some has been to corrode the world with maleness, the male has a negative Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to shit.
No comment.
Oh, this is going to be a doozy. Suppression of individuality, animalism, domesticity of motherhood, and functionalism. The male is just a bunch of conditioned reflexes incapable of mentally free response. He is tied to the earliest conditioning, determined completely by his past experience. His earliest experience are with his mother, and he is, throughout his life, tied to her. It never becomes completely clear to the make that he is not part of the mother, and that he is he and she is she. So I think she's saying that he's always part of his mother. The cord never like a cut. The greatest need is to be guided, sheltered, protected, and admired by mama. Men expect women to adore what men shrink from in horror themselves, and being completely physical. He yearns to spend his time that's not spent out in the world grimly defending against his passivity, wallowing in the basic animal activities, eating, sleeping, shitting, relaxing, and being soothed by mama. Passive, rattle-headed daddy's girl, ever eager for approval, for a pat on the head, and for the respect of any passing piece of garbage, is easily reduced to mama, mindless ministrator to physical needs, soother of the weary, a prey bride booster of the tiny ego, appreciator of the contemptible, a hot water bottle with tits.
Well, never ever heard that being used to describe my mother before, but
no, but you have heard people saying that men only want wives to be their mothers.
Yeah, I have heard that before.
And I think that in a few words sums up that paragraph.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've never really looked into it to see if there's actually any sort of truth to that claim anyway, that subconsciously men seek a partner that's similar in nature to their mother. I don't know if that's true or not, but even if there is any truth to it, it sure as fuck cannot be justified by the insanity that paragraph would suggest it as.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that phrase comes from this paragraph.
Oh, all right. Now it makes sense. I've always heard that phrase since I was in school and that, but I just assumed wrong from my part that it actually was true or something.
Yeah, but my suggestion in this is this woman put out this batshit crazy thing. It went into universities. It became it became studied. The ideas from it were put into socially acceptable terms and are prevailing in society today.
Yeah. No, right, you're probably right in truth, you know. It's the same thing with the critical race theory stuff. It's a bunch of fucking racists that wrote all the stuff that's been now presented in Scottish schools, etc. Not just in Scotland, but you know what I mean? Like, it started off as a racist concept, but anti-white nonsense. Now it's just been, they've taken it and they've just sort of spruced it up a wee bit so it's not as obvious, but it's the same thing.
Well, the racial studies is basically gender studies.
But you just take out gender and replace it with race. It's the same thing.
They're interchangeable.
Classic common.
The reduction to animals of women of the most backward segment of society, the privileged, educated middle class, the backwash of humanity, where daddy reigns supreme, has now been so thorough that they try to groove on labour pains and lie around in the most advanced nation in the world in the middle of the 20th century with babies chomping away at their tits. It's not for the kids' sake, though, that the experts tell women that mama should stay at home and grovel in animalism, but for daddies, the tits for daddy to hang on to, the labour pains of daddy, and to viciously groove on. Half dead, he needs awfully strong stimuli to make him respond. Reducing the female to an animal, to mama, to the male is necessary for psychological as well as practical reasons. The male is a mere member of the species, interchangeable with any other male. He has no deep seated individuality, which stems from what intrigues you, what outside yourself absorbs you, and what you're in relation to. Completely self absorbed, capable of being in relation only to their bodies and physical sensations. Males differ from each other only into the degree in the ways they attempt to defend against their passivity and against their desire to be a female.
I don't even know. I'm trying to approach. She's using a lot of big words. She's using a lot of, I'll give her some credit. Doesn't make any sense, but she's clearly not thick with her vocabulary. But just because you incorporate a rake of big words in your
Where did Toffee go?
I don't know. He left about 3 minutes ago. But I'm sort of trying to process all these words. It doesn't make any sense. Just saying shit. Big words. They'll just throw in some big words and that'll make sense. Doesn't. Fucking hell. Did she not proofread this before she posted it?
Oh, she did, but there is a chance that all the big words came from a thesaurus.
I mean, it's just one of those things where you use big words to sound intelligent, but, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's no intelligence that went to this,
Oh, no. I
don't even see Toffee in the chat, by the way.
What?
I'm saying I don't even see Toffee in the chat, so I don't know if his connection just went out or something. He didn't write in your chat there he's away or whatever.
He didn't leave he didn't put anything in the private chat either.
That's weird.
Well, he's got the link in I think so. If he
is sneaky super. Probably not.
Yeah.
Don't blame him on Saturday night, and if I was fucking feeling better, I would be pissed at all.
Yeah.
Hey ho.
Yeah. Oh. No. Where was I? Reducing the female to an animal, to mama, to a male is necessary for psychological as well as. Oh, hold on. No, I've done that bit. The females individually, which he is accurately aware of, but which he doesn't comprehend and isn't capable of relating to or grasping emotionally, frightens and upsets and fills him with envy. So he denies it in her and proceeds to define everyone in terms of his or her function or use, assigning to himself, of course, the most important functions: doctor, president, scientist. Therefore, providing himself with an identity, if not individuality, and tries to convince himself that woman. He's succeeded at best in convincing women that the female function is to bear and raise children and to relax, comfort, and boost the ego of the male. That her function is such as to make her interchangeable with every other female. In actual fact, the female function is to relate, groove, love, and be herself, irreplaceable by anyone else. The male function is to produce sperm, and now we have sperm banks.
Can I just say that there was one thing that stood out to me, like a sore thumb of that paragraph, where she said, where is it? Because there's so much fucking writing now. Where is it? Sorry. He tries to convince himself and women. He succeeded best at convincing women. Well, if there's no differences between men and women, then how's he been so How's he managed to convince all the women but no the men? Must be some sort of difference, eh? You know? Didn't fool any of the men, but you should have fooled the women. But obviously, Jesus, I need to get a mic stand that actually works. But that paragraph, that's another thing that kind of goes back to what I was saying about, like, nowadays when you hear this same routine, but obviously it's just a lot less extreme, it's watered down, but it's the same nonsense. That's the implication there again. It's like, oh, men go into these types of jobs because they've assigned themselves, you know, and they hold women back, they hold women down. That's why you don't see that many female CEOs. That's why you don't see that many female, entrepreneurs and doctors, because of men convincing them that they're not worthy. It's total bullshit, but that's how feminists operate. Even now, they predicate the policies, government policy, on the back of total fabricated delusion.
Right, we'll have a streaky in.
All right.
Evening, streaky.
Deirdre time with streaky bacon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, that's splendid. I can't really see the chat because in order to stop the echo thing going on, I've had to close one thing of my thing. It's a technical thing like that, but I can't see the chat. But anyway, yeah, I'm here, and I'm here with humility, and I'm here with interest. I'm here with glad tidings to be among such great people at this time of year. Thank you for all being here, resisting the lies, and honestly, man, top guy all through the year. 42, Pucker, man. I would notice how much stuff you've done over the years and all that. You know, good people, and the chat, all good people as well. So
They are
it's a
indeed.
pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you here, Streaky. Here, what do you think about this crazy bitch?
Is she quite attractive?
All right. If you sorry, mate, because I'm on like my phone is where I get my internet through, so my it ain't that cool. So sometimes you may blank in and out of a conversation, like.
Right.
But if you're talking about tonight's subject, oh mate, this has just been like, but this was done like 100 years ago, man. This is where with the feminism, they wanted it for more taxation. That's all. They all kicked off 120 years ago. If you look like 1890s and stuff like that, that's when you see the feminism. And there was a certain people were behind this feminist movement, the bankers and whatnot. So anyway, I won't go more into this. Like, I'm just gonna be cool and listen to what you got to say, boys.
Okay,
and
okay.
I'm gonna try to see what people. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find out what the chat is and stuff like that. There's so many good people in the chat. I can't see it at the moment, but like, I'm gonna try to find out. So I'll be a little fucking around here with my laptop. And yeah, listen, I know people are thinking like, because I mentioned Drunk Sue and everything like that, so I can give her a ring. I can give her a ring, but I don't want to give her a ring because I got a feeling that's gonna fucking invite her around, like, you know. And but like, it's one of them things. It is Christmas and everything, and she's a top bird and all that. She's a proper laugh. But like, I might ring her up and then like as we chat, she'll chat to everybody and shit like that, if that's cool, like, you know.
Who's Drunk Sue?
She's a good mate of mine, man. I known her for years.
Summertime Sue.
Nah,
Fucking
she's Drunk
isn't
Sue. It's like I known her for years. She's a good girl, like. But like, I was out earlier and with a couple of mates and stuff like that. But like, I just fucking left because I was just getting a bit bored and it's. I think I mentioned earlier, but this fucking tranny come in. My word, you know. The guy's like about 6'2", right? Big guy, like a rugby player with his long blonde hair and lipstick and eyelashes and shit like this, right? And I seen this fucking, I seen it coming in, and I thought, wow, look at that. That's a big woman, isn't it? And come next, fucking sat next to me ordering a drink and shit like that. And I thought, oh my word. But attached to it was like a normal woman, like, but obviously like fucking piercings and everything like that. And she wasn't a bad looking chick, to be honest about it. But she's with this fucking guy, mate. And he's fucking huge, man. I wouldn't want to fight him. I wouldn't want to fuck him, certainly, but definitely wouldn't want to fight him. So anyway, I was thinking like, because I get a bit flamboyant in my views as the drink takes hold. So I thought it's best to leave town and shit like that. So I just wanted to come back and I think, hang on, yeah, can somebody else speak? Because like I got to do cooking stuff for 1 second. Okay, cool.
Right. Okay. Go to your cooking. Paul saying Victorians invented feminism. Feminism did not. The word feminism didn't enter the vernacular until the 1960s. We had suffragettes prior to that, and there was a women's suffrage movement, but they were not called feminists and did not describe themselves as feminists.
Yeah, Paul, get it up, you. No.
No, whenever you spend a bit of time studying the history of this, you like to be accurate.
I know, it was only by you.
I know it's.
Oh, why Paul up, you know?
Yep.
Tell me a fucking man up when I'm no well, like I've forgotten
Yeah.
that Paul, like, but I've no.
That was Toffee said that.
No, Paul, the chat.
All right. I thought it was
No,
Toffee.
before I joined, you tell me to man up. No,
I thought that was Toffee said that.
fucking better no said that. We'll be getting the jawline photo of him and all. I like to
Yep.
put people first.
In actual fact, the female function was to explore, discover, invent, solve problems, crack jokes, make music, all with love. In other words, create a magic world.
Well, I mean, that's pretty incorrect. I mean, have you seen female comedians like?
Yeah, this woman said, "I'm going to be a comedian," and people laughed. They're not laughing now.
Can't think of any female comedians that I actually find remotely humanist. No offense, lassies. Just saying.
No, I can't think of a female comedian that's funny.
No, there isn't one. But you know,
Nah,
being a misogynist.
That's a big lie. Female fucking comedians are not funny. They're really not. I think of all the time, like 50 years of comedy, man. And I cannot remember a fucking good comedian. I'd give Victoria Wood. She was fairly funny, and Julie Walters. But there's nobody that's going to make you like lie on your back like fucking, Ricky Gervais or whatever, yeah.
Oh, there's one that I just thought of. The woman that played Perry and Kevin and Perry. She was funny. I can't remember her name. But she was in Gimme Gimme as well. Kathy. She's funny.
Yeah. She's a great actress as well. She played Nil by Mouth, and she's a great actress. But yeah, again, not funny.
Right. Prevention of privacy. Although the male, being ashamed of what he is and almost everything he does, insists on privacy and secrecy in all aspects of his life, he has no real regard for privacy. Being empty, not being complete, separate being, having no self to groove on, and needing to be constantly in female company, he sees nothing at all wrong with intruding himself on any woman's thoughts, even at a total stranger's, anywhere at any time, but rather feels indignant and insulated when put down for doing so, as well as confused. He can't for the life of him understand why anyone would prefer so much as 1 minute of solitude to the company of any creep around. Wanting to become a woman, he strives to be constantly around females, which is the closest he can get to becoming one. So he created a society based upon the family, a male-female could and their kids, the excuse for the family's existence, who live firstly on top of one another, unscrupulously violating the female's rights to privacy and sanity.
What the fuck?
By the way, happy Christmas. It's Christmas Day. It's just turned Christmas, isn't it?
Happy Christmas, everybody.
So happy Christmas to you all. Before we get into this fucking bitter fucking lesbianism diatribe against the white man. Happy Christmas.
And to you. I wish I fucking felt better because I'd be cracking on my beer right now. Fuck. It's just the first Christmas. in years. I felt like shit. It's not acceptable. But hey ho.
Yeah.
It leaves my head. I really have to bring this up. That wee sentence there in that paragraph where it says that fucking he's based. Wait, where is it? Sorry. Wanting to become a woman, he strives to be constantly around females, which is the closest he can get to becoming one. Well, all right, whatever. But then it says, so he created a society based upon the family. Oh, I mean, that's just odious, is it not? To have a society that's predicated on the structures of family. Oh, wow. Wow, it's a good thing that we're toppling that down, striving for progression, striving for something better, because you know, we can all agree that having a society that was based on the foundations of a fucking strong family unit, horror.
This is all fucking psychobabble and all bullshit from 100 fucking years ago. If you've seen Europa, the last battle, I think if you go into about an hour into it, it describes about feminism, basically what feminism, when everybody was working and the guy who had a basic job in a warehouse could go home to the woman, raise a couple of kids and bring up a family. But a certain tribe thought they could see it in that they wanted taxation. What they done, so if it was perfect for them, so they could split the family with feminism, and now they're getting two people paying tax into the system. The family's broken, the kids are being taken away into education, and there's more taxation going out. It's about a half hour into it, and I forget the guy's an American guy, and he was he was speaking from like 50 years ago, and he met the certain banker who told him we are behind feminism and everything like that. This is why. So obviously now you got some fucking crazy bitch now talking about whether a psychobabble about this and that. It means nothing. It means nothing. It's just another anti-white, anti-family branch of fucking communism to kill everybody off with their fucking and the word salad they come out with. My word. Anyway, so that's my view on the matter.
This last line, who live firstly on top of one another, unscrupulously violating the female's rights to privacy and sanity, which is basically saying that men are not safe in a family home, or men are not safe to have in a family home.
So almost as well, it's like sort of indirectly, it's like it's a conscious.
It's just anti-family, anti-white. It's just fucking communism. It's another branch of communism. That's all it is. And all these psychologists going from fucking Freud with everybody wanted to get up his mother, etc. And it's all dirty, evil psychology from people that want to do the Western world ill. And this is just another form of it. Another one of them would be the Frankfurt Institute. It's just basically another load of them after the war. They all shot across to America and decided to pervert the country in the name of communism. They couldn't do it with work, so they done it with culture, and that's why they infiltrated America. They couldn't. There was no like you're the peasant and you're
the bourgeoisie.
But there was no bourgeoisie in America. There was no peasants and there was no upper thing. Everyone was having, even the working class were having a pretty good life out of everything. So they couldn't destroy it through politics like this, and so they done it through the culture, and that's what happened. But feminism, this baby's been rocking on since climate change for 100 years. Just another form of communism. Hey, anyway, I'm gonna ring my mental Sue up now. Just right, but like if you carry on, if you hear me talking in the chat, it's just to prove to the chat I got his mental Sue now. I want to ring her up anyway, just to see she's okay. There you go.
Give her a bell check, and I want to see how she is.
All right, I want to, because after I left fucking town earlier, right, it was a gang of like let's call them dinghy divers, and it was fairly busy, and there was this white bird was walking past, oncoming to me, and you know these two slimy fucks, they just turned around and said, Merry Christmas, honey, like this, like, and they carried on walking up the road, yeah. And then they met up with a gang of them outside one of the how can I say it? Places, supermarkets, where kebab shops, that kind of area was a fucking gangs of them, like, you know, and just this shit which is infested towns and cities. So I just said, though, she's a bit lashed up last time I spoke. She says she's going to come around, so I'm going to give her a ring now that she's okay, like, you know. And Sue would fucking love to be on here. If she knew she was on here, she'd be like, blah, blah, blah. So, hey, lads, carry on with the conversation. I'll try to give Metal Sue a ring, all right?
Right.
Hey, boys, all good, eh? Freaky smitten.
No, I'm
I'm
not.
happy. I think he is. He sounds a bit smitten.
Aye, that's protestive.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. I ain't, because like she's a friend from like years, but like, and I know I could and stuff like that. That's why I left town earlier today. I don't want to like how can I say? I don't want. I just don't want to, like, you know. But she's a good friend, and I care, and I do care about her a lot. She's a good hard working girl. She's a nice looking bird as well, like, but it's just not my type and stuff. I think since when I was in town earlier, I seen a transvestite man 6'2" walking in the door. I think that's really turned my head, like, you know, and it's put me off women.
My missus, you mentioned the Theodore at the last battle there. She wants to watch that with me. I've got to keep her like.
You have indeed.
But obviously it's really long, so I don't know when I'm going to do it. But
Yeah, do it 12 hours. Take 12 hours. I watched it the first time on a Saturday, right? And I couldn't fucking believe it. And I watched it again on a Sunday. So just for a full thing. And I don't agree with it 100%. But
I've read that about 70% of it's accurate, apparently.
It is something special. Anyway, sorry to interrupt there. I'm going to just make a phone call. 1 second.
Right, work away.
Well, don't scroll anymore. I'm reading that paragraph there.
Yep.
So
right, I've stopped the scrolling. I was just.
It's our society is not a community, but merely a collection of isolated family units. Desperately insecure, fearing his woman will leave him if she's exposed to other men or anything remotely resembling life. So, like, right off the bat, like, inferring, of course, that a woman in a relationship's unhappy, or, you know, because the man just the male seeks to isolate her from other men and from what little civilization there is. So he moves her out to the suburbs. I mean, so like obviously this is based in America back in the day. So she's shitting on the American dream. Like most people that grew up in the city would love nothing more than to obtain enough money and move to the suburbs. But that's the problem.
The white picket fence.
Hear me out here, right? It's almost as if the feminist ideology, right? And this isn't limited to just these people, but since we're speaking about them, it's almost as if they are just hell-bent on denigrating everything that would be classified as desirable and normal, and implying that it's wrong. So it's effectively like an inverse of reality, really.
Well, their end game is the overtopple of society. Doing away with money, doing away with work, doing away with all that stuff. So they've got to make life pretty shit in order to get people to accept that.
Mm-hmm. It's just, it does my nut in how they can just, because they even still do it today. They say things like, you know, whether it's like, another example just came in my head, that is the STEM thing, you know, women don't go to STEM, but like, instead of just accepting that's just, it's normal, men and women are different. No, there has to be a reason for it. And they never get any pushback, they never get challenged, they just say things. They justify, or they have explanations for why certain things are the way that they are. And they put some toxic spin in it, and they never get any pushback. And then it just gets publicated as if it's fact. It's fucking not. It's awful. Evil, awful.
There's all the studies in the social sciences have got a thing called the replication problem, because they can't replicate any of their studies. Every time they run the same study, they get different results.
Well, that should tell you all you need to know, eh?
Yeah.
but they'll have an answer for that too, probably. You know.
Oh, their answer was to stop doing replications.
Ah, okay, classic tactic.
Yeah,
Why didn't I think of that?
yeah,
When in doubt.
yeah. Well, in doubt, stop anybody examining it.
Let's see. Right. I'm going to go down and get a beer. I'm going to try a beer, so I'll be 2 seconds, all right?
Right, not a problem. Can you still hear?
I'll be able to hear, but I have to go downstairs.
I'll
Just a minute.
I'll read the rest of this, but while you're going collecting that.
All right.
Right. Isolation enables him to try and maintain his presence of being an individual, becoming a rugged individualist, a loner, equating non-cooperation and solitariness with individuality. There is yet another reason for the male to isolate himself. Every man is an island, trapped inside himself, emotionally isolated, unable to relate. The male has a horror of civilization, people, cities, situations requiring the ability to understand and relate to people. So, like a scared rabbit, he scurries off, dragging daddy's little asshole with him to the wilderness, suburbs, or in the case of a hippie, he's way out, man, all the way out to the cow pasture where he can fuck and breed undisturbed and mess around with his beads and flute. The hippie, whose desire to be a man and a rugged individual isn't quite as strong as the average man's, and who, in addition, is excited by the thought of having lots of women accessible to him, rebels against the harshness of the breadwinner's life and the monotony of one woman in the name of sharing and cooperation. He forms a commune or tribe, which, for all its togetherness, and partly because of it, the commune being an extended family, is an extended violation of the female's rights, privacy, and sanity, is no more a community than the normal society. Any gems in there? A true community consists of individuals, not mere species members, not couples, respecting each other's individuality and privacy, at the same time interacting with each other mentally and emotionally, free spirits in a free relation to each other, and cooperating with each other to achieve common ends. Traditionalists say this is a basic unit of society as the family. Hippies say the tribe. No one says the individual. The hippie babbles on about individuality, but has no more concept of it than any other man. He desires to get back to nature, back to the wilderness, back to the home of furry animals that he's one of, away from the city, where there is at least a trace, a bare beginning of civilization, to live at the species level. His time taken up with the simple, non-intellectual activities, farming, fucking, bead stringing. The most important activity of the commune, the one upon which it is based, is gangbanging. The hippie is enticed to the commune mainly by the prospect of free pussy. The main commodity is to be shared, to be had just for the asking, but blinded by greed, he fails to anticipate all the other men he has to share with, or the jealousness and possessiveness for the pussies themselves.
Jesus Christ. So I come back from getting a beer and now she's on about hippies.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
oh fuck. Men cannot cooperate to achieve a common end because each man's end is all the pussy for himself. The commune therefore is doomed to failure. Each hippie will, in panic, grab the first simpleton who dates him and whisk her off to the suburbs as fast as he can. The male cannot progress socially, but merely swings back and forth from isolation to gangbanging. I don't know whose life she's actually basing this on. I don't think it's anybody actually lives.
no. And especially like back then when that was written, that was really before like the sort of proper breakdown of society had actually started to occur. Like men were a lot more well-to-do back then. Like nowadays, like men my age, you know, it's all about the poontang, etc. nowadays, you know. But back then, men were a bit more well-to-do, so I don't really know what she's basing that on.
The whole men going their own way thing hadn't started then.
Aye.
The marriage strike hadn't started. Everybody did have the dream of a wife, 2.4 children, a dog, a picket fence, and a car.
Yeah, exactly. The proper white supremacist dream.
Yep.
God forbid you would ever have such a devious dream such as that.
Yeah, you know, a nice life, raise kids, maybe move up a step in the societal ladder, leave something better for your kids than what you came into.
Exactly. And it's any wonder nowadays with mental health not going through the roof for men of all ages, and you have to wonder if there's a correlation there, because that dream that is sort of biologically built within us, it's a lot more difficult to achieve now.
Oh,
42.
Hello,
mate. That's an interesting point you mentioned about leaving something for the previous people behind you. I think it's like an unbroken contract from our ancestors to leave of the land and of the culture how you are. It doesn't get spoken about, but we want to see our children growing up in the same kind of as what we had. Obviously, we all want them to do better. As in cultural influences, it's like to keep you to the. It's an unbroken contract from our ancestors to us. This is what I believe.
Here's an interesting thought. See the way they talk about white privilege and it being based upon your starting point in life, right? Right. Okay. What if I was to say that everybody starts at the exact same place as everybody else, and that is the position that was created for them to be born into by countless generations of ancestors? And if some people start off in a better situation than others, the people who ended up in a fucking shithole need to take that up with their ancestors and leave us the fuck alone.
Okay. But I hate that term anyway, bullshit. But like, I grew up where I'm from in Inverness. I grew up in one of the roughest housing estates in the entirety of the city, you know. But because I'm the same skin colour as somebody that's a millionaire who's white, who lives in a great part of Inverness, we're somehow on the same wavelength. No, it's nothing to do with whiteness or blackness. It's just really a roll of the fucking dice where your mother drops you. So,
oh well, the whole white privilege thing, you can only get that by ignoring the existence of poor white people and rich black people.
Because they do acknowledge the poor white people, but they say that but even though you're poor and your life's shit, it's still easier than it is for the blacks. That's that right, aye. That's that right. You know, as I say, I come from one of the fucking roughest parts of Inverness. Like, I cannot stand being lectured by these dickheads when they're on about, oh, but my life was harder than yours. Like, is that right? Aye. It's all right. I was the boy in school, couldn't even afford fucking new trainers, I had like hand-me-downs and shit. But no, I'm privileged apparently.
Oh, the worst thing I ever had, embarrassment, being skint when you're young from a poor family. My fucking nan went away on holiday to Blackpool, and she bought, these plimsolls, like Daps, like. Yeah, the black plimsolls, yeah. Fucking. Yeah. So the kids was wearing Adidas trainers to school. It's like, a long time ago. Just when the first, the Adidas with the fucking black and the white stripes. And I had to wear these fucking Daps to school, which my nan bought from me on a holiday to Blackpool, like, I tell you what, there's a word in Wales for a condom. It's called a donkey, right? We call it in Wales a donkey. Ask Joe Marsh for a donkey, as he'll tell you, right? And the fucking kids called me donkey daps at school, like, you know. And I was, when you're starting and you just gone up into secondary school, the absolute fucking horror, man, of kids calling you donkey daps with their Adidas, like, you know. Yeah, so that was, I grew up on a real shit estate, like, you know. So
well, I can relate to that the way, because I had Velcro fucking shoes. Everyone had Nike trainers and Adidas trainers, and I had Velcro shoes, like just plain black with Velcro. Couldn't even afford trainers. You know? So I had Velcro shoes. I even had to do a sports day in that. You know,
I was
like
also called
fucking shit. I had to run about.
Yeah,
in sports day, I had to run about my Velcro shoes.
You can't call me, but like, you know, when you come from like shit like this and rough, and my estate had over, and I swear this, it had over 80% unemployment. It was the poorest state in Wales, yeah, in the 80s. It was absolutely skint. Hardly anybody worked. It was just fucking constant robbing all the time of people. It was a real shit fucking place to grow up. So listening to these white privilege, yeah, and I'll tell you where white privilege come from in the valleys. White privilege come from valleys with people being on their fucking hands and knees working in coal mines, and before that, kids in coal mines as well, like, yeah, and before that, the steel industry. There was no fucking white privilege, and I didn't see anybody getting very rich in the valleys apart from a certain couple of people. But anyway, like, the white privilege, what is just another one of these fucking terms. It's like, how I view it, it's like an umbrella. They've got racism, white privilege, all fucking dangling above us, immigration, all these things, this shit they're dropping on us, like, you know, fucking white privilege. Get the fuck out of here. Tell you what, if imagine if the fucking world, if there was no white people in the world, it'd be like a fucking dark ages now. It really would.
Proofs in the pudding. Just look at all the places they've left and look at the state of them now. Even parts of America have turned into shitholes where the whites aren't really there anymore.
And they follow us around like fucking dogs. They follow us around like dogs, all waiting for the fucking for the fucking treat, you know. You know, Liberia in Africa. That's fucking great. Liberia in Africa. He said, "Yeah, this is a place now. We're gonna get all the people that's been slaves in America." In the, I think it was in the 40s. Yeah, this is your little part of Africa. You can all go back now. All of you slaves and everything in America, you got treated so shit. This is your own country. White people, you can't get citizenship. Not that anybody. Yeah, you can't get citizenship there, right? Have you seen the fucking state?
Do you know what they did though when they first moved there? When they went back, they enslaved the Africans that were there. So they just got released from slavery back in the day, and then they moved back to their own nation, their own country, and then they enslaved the locals.
Well, they've been working off slavery for hundreds and hundreds of years before the white people ever got involved, so they just reverted the type.
Exactly. Even the ancient
It
had slaves.
They was knocking them out to the fucking Arabs, man, all along the East Coast, and that they was banging them out to the Arabs for fucking centuries before the Portuguese and Europeans got it. They was fucking flipping them out all across that way, you know.
Oh, here, see what you were saying about not having the in sort of clothes. See, whenever I was growing up in the 1970s in Belfast, there was a bunch of people called the tartan gangs, right? And they would have every different loyalist area had a tartan gang, and you knew them whenever they were coming because they had denim jackets, they had flared trousers, and a tartan scarf round their waist, and you would know where they were from because the different areas had different tartans.
Yeah.
And they also wore Doc Marten boots. And if you joined the tartan gang, they would. These were gangs that would go to the edges of the area to fight people from the other area. But if you, pretty like the Bay City Rollers animals. If you joined one of those gangs, they would buy you a pair of flared trousers, a denim jacket, and a pair of bopper boots, and give you a scarf.
Nice. I thought that was me there, Dave. I was looking at my phone. Fucking him.
Yep.
Aye, but No, we didn't have anything like that here. What you're on about, Paul?
Yep.
Goes to show, though. It's not like it's not just that whole fucking concept of privilege, you know. As Streaky and yourself both alluded to there. I mean, it wasn't like a bed of roses for our ancestors.
Yeah.
I thought.
You okay?
I've had a really good time actually.
What
I was
happened?
at the bus stop and there's no freaking bus.
And
I
I'm
was at the
not.
bus just after 11:30.
Yeah.
you mute your mic like.
I just did it for him.
She sounded Scottish, did it?
Yeah.
She's
we're-
a bit of no be going after my woman.
Yep. Here's the thing. We're not gonna let her talk on the internet without knowing she's on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fucking hell. Oh,
Yeah.
young love, eh?
Yep.
Aye.
The only problem is we've no way of knowing whenever he's finished his conversation.
Well, that'll be him occupied now. I'd be surprised if you see him back fucking talking like.
Yeah.
But except like, you know, disavow that comment, like you sound like a bigot saying something like that.
What's he saying?
Just in the white race is superior and everyone knows it. You can't be saying that like, come on now.
Look.
We all know who this is superior race. And it's the Asians, right? With the red cube, bro.
Oh, fuck. This is going to be a doozy. Authority and government. Having no sense of right and wrong, no conscience, which can only stem from having an ability to emphasize with others, having no faith in his non-existent self, being unnecessarily competitive, and by nature unable to cooperate. The male feels the need for external guidance and control. So he created authorities, priests, experts, bosses, leaders, etc., and the government wanting to control. So he created authority, wanting the female mama to guide him, but unable to accept this fact. He is, after all, a man, wanting to play woman and usurp her function as guider and protector. He sees to it that all authorities are male. There is no reason why society, consisting of rational beings capable of emphasizing with each other, compete and having no natural reason to compete, should have a government, laws, or leaders.
Jesus Christ. Where to begin with that one, eh?
Well, see, without males' ability to cooperate and build shit, we would all still be in mud huts.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. I have to be careful. I don't want to sound like a misogynist. But let me read this again. So I was doing something on my phone while I was listening to it. Priest. Again. Which paragraph was it? I'm just
Right, authority and government,
Oh,
having
right,
no say of conscience.
I said having no faith. So he created authority. So it's ridiculous. So I mean, these are just like even in the animal kingdom. For fuck's sake, like fucking chimpanzees that have like levels of power within their little tribe. It's not something that men sat around a table one night decided to conjure up amongst themselves to hold back women. Like this is just normal. Hierarchy exists. Authorities are created. They're extensions of hierarchy. You know?
Yeah, and yes, the woman is the guider and protector. I'm pretty sure that whenever the village came under attack, it was the men and boys that sent outside to fight off the hordes and not the women and girls.
Yeah. When the Titanic sank,
Yep.
all those women, they got to go on the wee boats to safety. Men, nah,
Yeah.
no them.
Yep. Have you go out breathing seawater, see how it works?
So it's always been the way of it. And I suppose I used to be of the belief, and rightfully so in many respects, because obviously the children of the future, less of the women, no offense, but you know, I understand that. And the men are obviously the more ones that are more capable, you know, of defending land and whatnot. But like, it's again, it goes back to what I said earlier on. They've got fake reasons for everything. They're just making shit up.
Yep.
Like, publish as if it's fact. Like, this isn't like an opinion piece. This is presented. I'm getting the impression they're trying to present this as if this is real. This is a fact.
Oh,
And really, it's just the rambles of sort of crackpot.
right. Now, yes, you missed this bit. I'm going to pull up a link here.
Okay.
Right, hold on. So, this is where this actually becomes quite serious.
Oh, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, I knew it was serious anyway, purely on the basis of, as I said, albeit this is more extreme, there's just a watered down version of the same shit now. You see it all the time.
Right, now, present. I have to stop that one to bring up the other one. Share screen.
I agree with Paul. I'm in two minds myself now. I don't know what to be. Chauvinist or a misogynist is so fucking difficult.
Right.
No.
Right. Can you see this? Right. I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. Right. This is St. Mary's University research scholars.
Okay.
Right. Scholarly research, writing, and media at St. Mary's University. Studies for American studies, biographical studies, criminal science, cultural history, gender studies, political philosophy. Presents the SCUM Manifesto.
Right.
By Ezra Sanchez-Rua. Now, I can find hundreds of links like this where the universities are putting out their thing about all this. So it's properly studied in university.
Right.
It's not some Tumblr blog, and it's not treated like a Tumblr blog.
Mm-hmm.
This is what a lot of this is where your feminist theory comes from.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed that myself from what you've been reading out tonight, in truth, because it sounds familiar.
Yeah, there's a reason why it sounds familiar. That was that one. Let me see. And like the StreamYard. Present share screen. If you zoom this in. Journal of International Women's Studies. Issue 3, Feminist and Women's Studies Association Annual Student Essay Competition, March 2009. Sometimes the meaning of the text is unclear, making sense of the SCUM Manifesto in a contemporary Swedish context. That, you know,
there's a reason. There's a reason it's unclear.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's treated as a proper academic work.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, it doesn't surprise me at all, because as I said already, it's like the amount of different examples of that. Like and I brought up like critical race and stuff, like some of the crackpots that I've covered in the past, the stuff that they quote, like much older publications and that these people reference, that they're like fucking racists. Like they're just whack jobs. But yeah, it's presented, it's watered down, it's sort of reworded to come across as a bit more appealing nowadays. But it's just copy and pasted from the ancient texts, if you will, such as this crackpot's writing in her manifesto. None of it's predicated on reality. It's just nonsense.
Right. Here, Streaky, the reason why I muted you was you were on the phone to Sue and it was coming across the internet and I didn't want that to be...
Yeah, mate.
Right.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Okay. Right. One thing I wanted to address is Emerald Saxon. Yes, she did. Sometimes she said it was called scum because it's a society for cutting up men. And sometimes she said it was scum because men are scum and it wasn't the society for cutting up men. Like the rest of it, it's a bit unsure, but we don't know. She's said both things in the past. It's all a bit nuts.
Can
Just
you hear
like
me
her.
now, then? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Aye.
A fucking nice one. I'm eating this wicked pigs and blankets. I'm happy as fuck. I'm happy as fuck, but my mate Sue, she's in a taxi and she got it for a tenner with an English driver and she's on her way home buzzing. And I was like, fucking great, like, because like I can eat pigs and blankets without some fucking bird nonsense around and disco music, some shit like that, innit? So I'm cool,
Can I
yeah.
ask you something? Oh,
Pardon?
because I heard her voice there for a split second. Is this lassie Scottish? You chatting up Scottish women?
No, she's English.
All right, okay, that's
Yeah. I've known her for years, and she works as a cleaner, like on building sites, and she's a really good grafter. She's fucking sound. She is, like, you know. So yeah, just a friend, and but the thing is like yeah, she could have come round, and I just didn't really want it tonight, like, you know, to come round. I just wanted like just this kind of sensibility, like, you know. But you still fucking worry when you leave a bird when you've been drinking in the day in town, and then she's ringing me up and that kind of thing. So like I said, we'll come back, fucking crash here, like, you know, do you with a scram or whatever and crack on. And she says like, yeah, I'll let you know. And then like I'm glad she got back in the taxi. She's back in her place, and it's all cool, like, you know.
Yeah, but it's nice to check and make sure everybody's safe.
Yeah. She fucking sound girl, like.
especially when there's beams, wild beams walking about, like, so at least she's safe, though.
Sorry, boys, I'm eating these fucking pigs in blankets.
Munch away.
I don't know if you've heard of them. My sausages wrapped in bacon.
Aye, well, fucking hell, like, we don't live in the Stone Ages here, like, fucking hell. Fucking hell, we've even got running water up here. It's a bit fucking dirty though, right enough, but hey.
Since I come out in the valleys, all these fucking splendid fucking culinary things, I thought a sausage, bacon, fuck me, wrap one round the other, call it pigs and blankets. I tell you, it's just blown my mind. Blown my fucking mind, boys.
I'm in the equivalent of the valleys here, away up in the fucking mountains of Scotland. So same thing, but yeah, we've got running water, we've got electricity, and aye, we're doing all right up here as it goes.
Fucking best place, mate. I wish I was there, DJ. I wish I was there, brother. I'm telling you.
I will say this much to anybody that ever decides to move to Scotland. I would say up here's probably our best bet, because it's the one part of Scotland where I think, demography wise, pretty good going, but I think there's a part of the reason for that is the weather. The babes don't like it here. There was a bike of refugees back in like 2016 that moved up here, and all of them demanded to be rehoused because the weather was that shit. Honestly, they did. They got moved down to England. But they don't like the Highland weather, so
that's my kind of town.
Nice. I mean, I'm used to it, but if you're brown, it's a bit hard to get used to, like. So let's hope climate change isn't really, or in fact, things might change. Sorry, I'll like, but
right. You ready for the next bit of batch chef crazy?
I am ready to lose some more IQ.
Oh, Jesus. Let's hold on to this fucking tribal craziness of this horrible fucking psycho people that are sent to fry our heads. Yeah, 42. Let that fucking shit go, brother.
Having an obsessive desire to be admired by women, but no intrinsic worth, the make constructs a highly artificial society, enabling him to appropriate the appearance of worth through money, prestige, high social class, degrees, professional position, and knowledge, and by pushing as many other men as possible down professionally, socially, economically, and educationally. The purpose of the higher education is not to educate, but to exclude as many as possible from the various professions. The male, totally physical, incapable of mental rapport, although able to understand and use knowledge and ideas, is unable to relate to them, to grasp them emotionally. He does not value knowledge and the ideas of their own sake. They're just a means to an end, and consequently feels no need for mental companions, no need to cultivate the intellectual potentialities of others. On the contrary, the male has the vested interest in ignorance. It gives the few knowledgeable men at a side of the edge on the unknowledged ones. And besides, the male knows that an enlightened, aware female population will mean the end of him. The healthy, conceited female wants the company of equals whom she can respect and groove on. The male and the sick, insecure, unself-confident male, female crave the company of worms.
Is she
No-
speaking in the third person about herself there, though, in the sense that I'm assuming, albeit I don't think that's what she intended, but yeah, subconsciously it's come out anyway. She is that. Where the fuck did it go? She is that unconfident male female.
Yep.
And the other thing I wanted to say there as well is where it said it gives the knowledgeable men's, and besides, the male knows that an enlightened, aware female population will mean the end of him. Now, just sort of break that down ever so slightly, past all the cryptic nonsense, right? So, what I'd like for that to be defined as to what does she mean by making females aware? Is that promoting feminism, as it's now commonly known? Of course it is. But funnily enough, she's not half wrong, is she? Because the more that this crap has become promoted within society as a whole, and it's been adopted as the norm, and policies have been created in the back of it, we are now starting to see the end of not men per se, but society. So,
Yep. Oh, the other thing is, not understanding this means you're not educated. In her mind,
you got me on there, Nick, and I'm a fucking big brain.
but
Fucking not.
right,
Beautiful. Not understanding this means you're non-educated. Well, do you know?
Yeah.
I understand the authoress of this diatribe needs a good shagging. That's what she fucking needs.
Well, I had a
That's
look
what
at
I
it on Google
understand.
Images, and I'd rather fucking shag him out, to be honest. So,
Well,
do you want to take?
I've never listened to this. This is just your typical Jude-derived nonsense psychobabble, which has been fucking going on since the 1900s. It went through Freud. It went through his nephew Bernays, who was responsible for hooking America on cigarettes, American women, and all this shit we've had to listen to. And it's the end of the tentacle now, when we have to listen to these fucking lunatics. But the thing was, with like the Frankfurt School, all these so-called psychologists that were helping everybody, they baffled everybody with their word salads, and other people were kept out of it, and then they got recognized as these were the main the psychologists, the best of their time, and obviously fucking money was going here, there, and everybody listened to it, and they were publicized. And so this is just the end of the tentacles of this bollocks that we have to listen to in 2022. Just more anti-white, anti-fucking hatred, anti-family, anti-hatred from the Bolsheviks. Filthy commie shit. Sorry, and I will let you carry on, boys.
You're not wrong, though. That's the thing. Sometimes rambles are necessary when you're speaking truth, you know? It'd be different if you were talking a load of shite, but you know, so.
I'm sorry, boys. I got to eat some more fucking pigs in blankets. Can you crack on? I'm going to eat that otherwise. Listen, man, I am fucking it all day. I was on the lash in the town with my friends, Ansu, and stuff. And then, like, I come back and I just ravenous. So I fucking want to eat. And I'm enjoying everything at the moment. It's great to be in your such good company.
And you're at perfect time of year as well to justify consuming pigs and blankets. I mean, it's fucking everything, hasn't it, Christmas? So you crack on, lad. Yeah. If I felt fucking decent, I probably would have had some around myself because they're in the freezer, dude. But maybe later. Are we? I don't know if 42's muted his mic. I don't know if he's planning on scrolling down or not. Look at the hyperbole of that bottom paragraph, well, the penultimate paragraph there. It says, the male changes only when forced to do so by technology when he has no choice. When society reaches the stage where he must change or die. We're at that stage now. If women don't get their arses in gear fast, we may very well all die. Like, what the fuck?
I was talking there and my fucking mic was muted.
Oh, that is boomer.
Yeah, it is boomer. Yep. No genuine social revolution can be accomplished by the male, as the male on top wants the status quo, and all the male on bottom wants to be is to be the male on top. The male rebel is a farce. This is the male's society made by him to satisfy his needs. He's never satisfied because he's not capable of being satisfied. And then the bit you read.
You know, and well, thank God she's clarified something. Here was me thinking that even to this day, the powers that be deliberately push feminism because they know it's a very divisive topic. It's very well, it achieves what they set out to achieve, etc., etc. Here was me thinking that there was method to the madness, but no, really the reason that feminism gets pushed is because men are incapable of starting revolutions. That's why we need the bold and brave feminists, to come in and save the day. Like, oh wow, thanks for clarifying that for me. Wow. So here was me thinking they were useful idiots. Clearly not. No, they're the real dark horses with tits.
Yeah.
My inner misogynist is coming out because I fucking hate these people.
I was thinking
talking shit about women.
Yeah, Joy's thinking, right? Because like somebody, I can just see I've got the chat thing up now, and Paul said like kosher pigs and blankets, streaky, right? And now I've had my fill of this fucking tray of pigs and blankets. Like, yeah, I was thinking, do you know what'd be fun? Like, if outside, because I live in a heavily diverse area, right, and there's a place of worship. If I went outside all innocent and said, "This is for any people of a certain faith," I've left you outside the door. Here's my little gift for you for the night, right? Do you know what I mean? Imagine I'd be doing like fucking 5 years inside, man, if I'd done that now, wouldn't I? Imagine if I left this.
You fucking would.
If I left this little innocent fucking tray on Christmas Eve, and imagine if I didn't know about religion and shit like that, right? Yeah. And if I walked up the road and thought, oh, do you know, I'm just gonna leave it outside. This place of worship I won't mention, next door to me. And then I got caught on CCTV and everything like that and stuff, man. I'd be fucking inside for 5 years.
Well,
fuck me, man. It's a it's a tightrope of shit, I'm telling you.
There are people who have went to jail for that.
Yeah.
Remember that young lad in Bristol? He was only about fucking 19, poor bastard. He threw bacon against a mosque. And he done it for a joke, like, and they gave him a year inside, but when they stuck him on a wing, it was a heavily diverse wing, and that was the end of him. Like, he got fucking done, didn't he? And 19 years old, man, for a fucking joke. That's all he done it. Yet last year we seen in London, was it in London where they kicked off? I know it kicked off in Leicester a few months ago, but at the beginning of the year, it kicked off in London, and they jumped on the fucking church, man, and they ripped the fucking cross off the church.
Oh, fucking
do you remember that? Like that was, I think I was probably last year.
And the church
and what do you think happened to that guy? That the fucking got into that, and it was all on film and everything. Listen, he never lost his fucking life for it, No. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
Did he even go to court?
Fucking hell.
I can't.
Yeah, so it's yeah. So we're all walking this fucking tightrope, like, innit?
I think from what I do remember, like it would never things like that. I mean, look at all the fucking churches in Canada and France and that have been burning to the ground over the last few years as well. Not one of them at any point have been classified as a hate crime, but if one mosque on fire. That would be an instantaneous hate crime, irrespective of whether or not they even knew who the culprits were. It would still be brandished as a hate crime. Just
I
because.
think it works. Like, a church every fucking week is burnt down in France.
I think it was one
for 5
every.
years.
It was one every
Yeah,
3
5
weeks.
years now.
3 days, sorry, for a while in France. There's not fucking many of them burning down.
Yeah, what honestly, and do you know when the fucking the Notre Dame went up? Yeah, when I went up in flames, right? What kind of inquiry went into that? It was nothing because they
Very
fucking know
little.
who done it. It was nothing. They know who done it, but it's cool, man. So then they chopped the head off a priest, like, you know, chopped his head off, and like it's all cool, like, you know. A couple of the guys got down at the clan. And you know, when they fucking done the Bataclan, it was so horrific inside. What they done to them people inside, I won't even fucking speak about it, joking or nothing like that now, right? Which all got blown over by the press. But you look into them poor fucking kids enjoying their concert and everything. What these fucking animals done, like, yesterday it kicked off in Paris, didn't it? With like I don't know who the guy was, if he was right wing or not. 69-year-old fucking fella went in and shot 3 of Kurdish people in the cultural center, right? And then the riots was on, and you could fucking see them going back and forth against each other. I haven't seen it on the news since, but like, you know, this is just this is the start of it. France will be where it kicks off, I think, anyway. But yeah, bad times ahead, like, and you know, the fucking thing is, you can't keep fucking pressing down on people like this, and it's been accelerated, and people are getting tired, like, and we're going to see anyway what's going to happen in the future, but, you know, interesting times to be in.
Aye, well, sometimes wish I was fucking born in a different generation, so I didn't have to fucking deal with it, but hey ho, you know.
Yeah.
I'd rather, that said though, I'd rather it was me than any descendants that I have in the future, so.
That's a
Good man, DJ. That's the fucking attitude, mate. Good man.
Oh, well, I mean, I've got a wee boy now, so fucking, I've got skin in the game, but I'm just terrified for what the future's going to look like for him. You know, but 20 years from now, fuck knows. Really don't know. But 100 years from now, well, Jesus. I'll be dead by then anyway, but it's just, I don't know. It's got to get worse before it's going to get any better, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. But it's fucking Christmas, so no more doom posting. Let's talk about misandry.
Prevention of friendship and love. Men have contempt for themselves, for all other men whom they contemplate more than casually and whom they do not think are females. For example, sympathetic analysts and great artists or agents of God, and for all women who respect and pander to them. The insecure, approval-seeking, pandering male females have contempt for themselves and for all women like them, and the self-confident, swinging, thrill-seeking females have contempt for me and for the pandering male females. In short, contempt is the order of the day. Love is not dependency on sex, but friendship, and therefore love can't exist between two males, between a male and a female, or between two females, one or both of whom is a mindless, insecure, pandering male. Like conversation, love can exist only between two secure, freewheeling, independent, groovy females.
Lesbian.
Yep, since friendship is based upon respect, not contempt. Oh, hold on. Freewheeling. That means not in a long. That's two lesbians and not in a long-term relationship.
Sounds like the dream, really, does it? No.
Yeah. Even amongst groovy females, deep friendships seldom occur in adulthood, as almost all of them are either tied up with men in order to survive economically or bogged down in hacking their way through the jungle and trying to keep their heads about the and famorious mass. Love can't flourish in a society based upon money and meaningless work. It requires complete economic as well as personal freedom, leisure time, and the opportunity to engage in it intensely absorbing, emotionally satisfying activities, which, when shared with those you respect, lead to deep friendships. Our society provides practically no opportunity to engage in such activities. Having stripped the world of conversation, friendship, and love, the male offers us these three partly substitutes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, there was one thing I actually agreed somewhat with in that paragraph, though, admittedly, with the mention of money. You know,
Uh,
you shouldn't, you know, the money shouldn't determine whether or not you're happy. Obviously, the expression money can't buy happiness. I mean, there's obviously some untruth to that, because if your skin is fat, then your life might be a bit harder. But I think
Yep.
there's some truth to suggest that you know, so people spend their entire life pursuing money, but it doesn't make you fucking happy.
yeah,
You shouldn't judge others if they don't have as much as you, and you shouldn't feel so down on yourself if you're down on your luck, etc. But don't get me twisted here, though. That's probably the only time I'll agree with this cap.
right, hold on. But would your solution involve banning money as a concept?
No.
Right, well, that's her solution.
Oh. Why am I not surprised?
Yep. The male artist attempts to solve his dilemma of not being able to live, of not being female, by constructing a highly artificial world in which the male is heroized, that is, displayed female traits, and the female is reduced to highly limited and separate subordinate roles, that is, to being male.
Subordinate. It's a word that will get used today.
Yep. The male artistic aim being not to communicate, having nothing inside him and nothing to say, but to disguise his animalism. He resorts to symbolism and obscurity, deep stuff. The fuck. I think she's got pretty deep with this.
Crack will do that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Crack had even invented whenever she wrote this shit.
Oh, she was on something like
Yeah.
drinking bleach or something. Don't know.
The vast majority of people, particularly the educated ones, lacking the faith in their own judgment, humble, respectful of authority, daddy knows best, are easily conned into believing that obscurity, evasiveness, incomprehensibility, indirectness, ambiguity, and boredom are the marks of depth and brilliance.
There's it again, just using big words for the sake of it.
Yeah,
like,
but
what the fuck is boredom doing in that sentence? Who the hell judges their brilliance? Sorry, on their boredom or laughing?
but
what? Jesus Christ!
You know when I think 42 got into the 6th or 7th word of that paragraph about the heartfelt convictions of that woman, and it got about 6 or 7 words, and I was just like thinking about waterfalls and fishing and grass and flowers and niceness, and all that was coming out of that, it was just like letters going in my fucking head and numbers, but it was just like rubbish. But in my head, I was just lost. All this shit, it was just fucking shit. That's all it was shit. It lost me after she started going into
exactly.
I can't even fucking concentrate.
What just happened to you
concentrate for one more fucking sentence.
No,
these fucking absence of hell have to say to us.
It's a beautiful thing to witness. You have
I can't
just
listen to it, bro. I was miles away. I was thinking about really nice fucking stuff, like, you know. And
that's a phenomenon. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You've experienced, and it's quite a beautiful thing to witness in real time. This is a phenomenon that happens when you go through cancerous publications on a regular basis. You have experienced declining of IQ.
Yeah.
So your brain lets off some weird pheromones, and you think about nice things to distract you from the fact that you're now more retarded.
Do you know what? I tell you, one of the best streams you'll ever fucking hear in your life is Morgoth, right? With Morgoth with Jackson, and Jackson's quite a far right guy from London, and I don't think if you could get hold of it now, Morgoth and Jackson, and they're talking about Diane Abbott. She had a rape fantasy. Diane Abbott. She said she was frightened of being kidnapped by right-wing fascists, and they take her back to a fucking place and like rape her and everything like that. And you got to listen to Morgoth and Jackson. I've never heard Morgoth laugh in my fucking life so much as this. And these two boys are just fucking laughing and ripping into it. It's Morgoth and Jackson, and I can't remember the fucking name of the stream. But about 5 years ago,
you've got the admirer conference.
Just fucking absolute horribleness. They're fucking really funny, but you know. But the thing is, these bastards now, but they just bringing up these fucking words, and it's just fucking nonsense going against your head. And then you have to knock off and just let them get on with it, and you think about better things. Oh yeah, and fuck yeah, that's what I was getting back to. So Morgoth and Jackson were having the crack, and Morgoth was going, I have to think of waterfalls, when he was thinking about Diane Abbott being fucking raped and all that. And him and Jackson, they were laughing. It was the fucking best stream, man. Maybe it'll be available on Morgoth's Substack or something like that. One of the best streams I've ever fucking heard. And Jackson, proper fucking hard guy, man, from the south. And he had a very good dealing with, how can we say, black people. Like, he got stabbed up and everything, and he was a bouncer on the door, and he was a really clever guy, man. He turned to religion, Catholicism, and there was a lot of good people around at that time, like from the nationalist circles, like Jim Crow and Arya Satya. Laura Towler used to do it when she was starting out as well. There was a lot of good fucking people, man, which YouTube got rid of. Such fucking good streams, really enlightening. So yeah, luckily I heard some of them. Sorry, boys, I'm going back in sentimental nationalism.
Here, check us out that I've highlighted. People are easily conned into believing that obscurity, evasiveness, incomprehensibility, indirectness, ambiguity, and boredom are marks of depth and brilliance. That's what this whole fucking thing has been. I mean, by this sentence, she's trying to say that that's not what she's produced. It's the most obscure, incomprehensible, indirect piece of fucking bullshit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
And, you know, and the irony, of course, being she mentions depth and brilliance, and there's just your lack of either of them within this beautiful piece here. A lot of fucking boredom, admittedly. Not meaning you're stream boring, just being... I don't really know what she's trying to suggest here, you know. As I said, crack's a hell of a drug, like, but she's on some sort of a hallucinogenic anyway. Like, fucking hell.
Fuck.
The ramblings of a mad lass.
Sexuality. Sex is not part of a relationship. On the contrary, it is a solitary experience, non-creative, a gross waste of time. The female can easily, far more easily than she may think, condition away her sex drive, leaving her completely cool and cerebral and free to pursue truly worthwhile relationships and activities. But the male who seems to dig women sexually and who seeks out constantly to arouse them stimulates the highly sexed female to frenzies of lust, throwing her into a sex bag from which few women ever escape. The lecherous male excited the lustful female. He has to. When the female transcends her body, rises above animalism, the male whose ego consists of his cock will disappear.
Fuck me. Who in their fucking right minds, who would have bought this fucking book and thought, oh, they got a point there? You know what I mean? Who's actually read this fucking book and thought, oh, I didn't think about that when he's in bed with the missus? Like, what the fucking hell is this? Shit. That's all I want to say.
I bet you Nicola Sturgeon, if she's read this, like, she will sit there and read that. Well, when she did read this part, she would have seen something that we didn't see. There would have been a light bulb moment above that boat.
Nicola fucking Sturgeon in her twin bed in her fucking room, right? She got the husband on the right hand side. She got her on the left hand side. And on her birthday, man, she gets that twinkle in her eye, and the husband thinks, "Oh fuck's sake, here we gotta go." And she has to get across on his twin bed, and that poor cunt has got to face that thing getting on top of him once a year, man. Imagine that poor bastard, you know, fucking, and then she's telling. No wonder fucking every Scottish man can be a fucking woman these days. This is just fucking bizarre. We're in bizarre land. And another tentacle of fucking communism. There we go. Sorry, lads. I'll let you crack on.
I think Raymond Piper might have a point. He says, do you get the feeling the author doesn't like men?
Daft, right? No. I mean, I think she was a freedom fighter, really, if you think about it. I mean, you know, that dastardly patriarchy needed to come down at some point. So, you know, I feel sorry for her, actually. I mean, she was so hard done by, held back by society. Oh, our ancestors really were bastards, weren't we? You know, what in that dream of living in the suburbs with money and a wife and a dog and kids, etc. I mean, shouldn't have been forcing that on women. I mean, fucking hell. I'm so glad we now live in times where they can cut their tits off and call themselves Michael. Yeah.
Right. Sex is the refuge of the mindless, and the more mindless the woman, the more deeply embedded in the male culture. In short, the nicer she is, the more sexual she is. The nicest women in our society are raving sex maniacs, but being just awfully nice, they don't, of course, descend to fucking. That's uncouth. Rather, they make love, commune by means of their bodies, and establish a sexual rapport. The literary ones are attuned to the throb of Eros and attain a clutch upon the universe. The religious have a spiritual communion with the divine sensualism. The mystics merge with the erotic principle and blend with the cosmos, and the acid heads contact their erotic selves. On the other hand, those females least embedded in the male culture, the least nice, those crass and simple souls who reduce fucking to fucking, who are too childish for the grown-up world of the suburbs, mortgages, mops and baby shit, too selfish to raise kids and husbands, too uncivilized to give a shit for anyone's opinion of them, too arrogant to respect daddy. The greats were the deep wisdom of the ancients, who trust only their own animal gutter instincts, who equate the culture with chicks, whose sole diversion is prowling for emotional thrills and excitement, who are giving to disgusting, nasty, upsetting scenes, hateful, violent bitches given to slamming those who unduly irritate them in the teeth, who sink a shiv into a man's chest or ram an ice pick up his arsehole as soon as look at him, if they knew they could get away with it. In short, those who, by the standards of our culture, are scum. These females are cool, relatively cerebral, and skirting sexuality, unhampered by property, niceness, discretion, public opinion, morals. The respect of assholes, always funky, dirty, low down scum, gets around and around and around. They have seen the whole show, every bit of it, the fucking scene, the deck scheme. They have covered the whole waterfront, been on their every dock and pier, the Peter Pier, the Pussy Pier. They've got to go through a lot of sex to get to anti-sex, and scum's been through it all. And they're now ready for a new show. They want to crawl out from the other dock, move, take off, sink out, but scum doesn't yet prevail. Scum's still in the gutter of our society, which, if it's not deflected from its present course, and if the bomb doesn't drop on it, will hump itself to death.
I think,
Hey,
hear me out
I
here.
can't believe,
There's
right? That was
There you
that was the ad that I fucking answered to in the fucking papers for Lonely Hearts. That was the ad. I answered that, and like she never replied to me.
Oh. Well, you know, that's probably because I don't know. I just wanted to say this.
I said, listen, love. I said, listen, love, I enjoy your views on life, and I'm well impressed with the fact you can type and shit like that. But what's the chances of you whipping around my house now with fucking 8 desperados and fucking a good fucking pack of fags, and we get all sorted like that? And she never replied to me, and I'm thinking, I cannot relate to these type of women. You know, where am I going
You have
down?
to become anti-sex, as the paragraph says. That's what it's about now. Anti-racists, you know, you have to be an anti-racist, and you also have to be anti-sex.
Right.
But imagine,
And until such a time as you declare yourself, then you're fucking.
Imagine if you fucking got drunk one night, right? Then you pulled this fucking, just so you got off with some birds, and you got it back to your house last, and you said play music, and she said, no, I'd like to tell you my views on women, and she fucking came out with that. Imagine if she came out with that. Fucking hell, man. And she said, this is my views on women. I think men, and I think this, and I imagine listening to that fucking thing going at you, man. I'd be saying, get the fuck out there now. Get the fuck out there. And to think I bought you a bottle of wine, you cow. Fuck off, like, you know?
So you wouldn't be prepared to tolerate her just because she was too tight, she was good looking, or would you boot
No,
her anyway?
I'm quite a sympathetic person in listening to all kinds of people's problems, but I could not fucking tolerate some fucking lesbian coming around here giving me feminism fucking claptrap from some fucking agenda, like, you know? I'd say you have to leave now, love. And that'd be it.
Thank God I don't know anyone like that in real life. Sure.
Fucking lunatic. What a lunatic. Imagine if, how do these people exist in the real fucking world? How does she build a relationship with a man or fucking whatever she's shying?
Well, that's the thing. She's apparently been molested by her father. So what we're actually witnessing here is some woman who's clearly got some long-lasting trauma, and she's bought into fucking this ideology. And it's the same. It reminds me of Greta Thunberg. Like Greta Thunberg gets trotted around the world to talk about climate change and everybody, you know, but all that's happened there is Greta Thunberg has got a myriad of mental issues, and she's bought into a political ideology.
You know, who suffered the fucking trauma? The people who suffered the fucking trauma, who's have to listen to her fucking diatribe. I feel traumatized.
Oh, do you want to hear the scary bit?
Go on, man.
We're just getting to the radical part of the thesis.
You're taking the fucking piss.
Get to the radical part. Get the fuck out of here. How can it go? How can it go more radical than this?
Well, maybe she might start speaking sense now.
No,
that'll be a fucking start.
Right. So far, all this down to here has been about the world as it is, and she's getting ready to talk about the world as she wants it to be.
Okay.
I think we've got like yeah.
Can I just? It's like, is at any point does it get mentioned how she knows all this shit about men? Like, did she do some like case study on and get men to explain, or is she just assuming? She seems to know a hell of a lot about men, despite the fact she's not a man.
Send her around to my house now, man. I got pigs in blankets. I got fucking desperados in the fridge. Send her around to my house, and I fucking swear the next essay she would be giving it be all like a romantic fucking essay. Tell me, man.
Yeah, but like no, but do you not understand? The woman did a degree in sociology.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me though, because sociology is about as fucking useful as a wet blanket, you know.
Yeah, I understand that, but
enough they produce wet blankets, I know.
But I didn't realize we were dealing with scientific people. I apologize to her.
Right, you know, I mean, she in her head she believes it because she got a degree in sociology that her opinions are correct.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Like where I said she's obviously, if her story's true about what happened to her when she was young and that, right? So she's obviously got some long-lasting trauma. That plus what she's done at university and whatnot herself, the two have just combined. So again, I repeat, it's just the same thing as Greta Thunberg. You know, a mentally disabled child, well, not a child now, who bought into political ideology. Same thing.
Well, if she actually was assaulted, she might have told the police instead of the world.
Oh yeah, there's that.
The only people she didn't report it to was the police.
Well.
No crime report, no court case, no investigation.
Well, I was playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
because it was a crime in her fucking head. That's why.
Yeah,
it was a crime in her head.
If she told herself often enough, she may actually believe it happened.
It was a crime in her fucking head. She's a liar, a filthy liar with a poisonous fucking diatribe. An absolute fucking psycho bitch, man, who's writing this anti-fucking male, anti-family fucking horribleness. She can go, and I hope she ends up living in a fucking tower block in Blackburn.
Well,
that's
that would be a
fucking
bit.
shit.
She's not dead.
Yeah, she's currently dead.
Oh, she's dead.
Yep.
She's definitely been living in a tower block in Blackburn now.
Fuck you, know. You never know.
Right. What I'm thinking is we're going to leave this manifesto here and come back on another stream and do the finishing bit.
Oh, you can't tease the public like that now
Right.
after saying this is when it gets extreme.
Right, okay.
I like the manifesto. Put it to the test. Though.
Right. We'll walk through it quickly until it gets to the fucking really, really good bits. Boredom. Life in a society made by and for cultures when they are not grim and depressing or utter bores, fan only be when not grim and depressing and utter bore. Secrecy, censorship, suppression of knowledge, ideas, I suppose. Every male's deep-seated, secret, most hideous fear is of being discovered to be not a female, but a male, a subhuman animal. Although niceness, politeness, and dignity suffice to prevent his exposure on a personal level in order to prevent a general exposure of the male sex as a whole and to maintain his unnatural dominant position in society, the male must resort to censorship.
It's funny how, though, we're subhuman, but yet we manage to, albeit being subhuman, obtain dominant positions, as opposed to the superior, the females who are currently subordinate due to our superiority.
Yep.
Quite good going for being subhuman, eh?
Yeah. Responding reflectively to isolated works and phrases rather than cerebrally to overall meanings, the male attempts to prevent the arousal and discovery of his animalism by censoring not only pornography, but any work containing dirty words, no matter in what context they are used.
I don't see the issue with trying to prohibit pornography, like.
Yeah. Suppression of all ideas and knowledge that might expose him or threaten his dominant position in society. Much biological and psychological data is suppressed because it is proof of the male's gross inferiority to females. Also, the problem of mental illness will never be solved while the male maintains control because first, men have to have a vested interest in it. Only females who have very few of their marbles will allow males the slightest bit of control over anything. And second, the male cannot admit to the role that fellow who plays in causing mental illness.
Oh, she's so close to the button, but still so far.
Yeah. Exposes the male's chief delight in life, insofar as the tense, grim male can ever be said to delight in anything, is in exposing others. It doesn't matter much what they're exposed as, so long as they're exposed. It distracts the attention from himself, exposing others as enemy agents, communists and socialists is one of his favorite pastimes, as it removes the source of the threat to him, not only from himself, but from the country and the Western world. The bugs up his arse aren't in him, they're in Russia.
Well, I'm learning some things here tonight. Maybe it's not bad after all.
Yeah,
Oh,
distrust. Unable to emphasize or feel affection or loyalty, being exclusively out for himself, the male has no sense of fair play. Cowardly, needing constantly to pander to the female to win her approval. That is, he is helpless without, always on the edge, lest his animalism, his maleness be discovered, always needing to cover up. He must lie constantly, being empty. He is not honor or integrity. He doesn't know what those words mean. The male, in short, is treacherous, and the only appropriate attitude in male society is cynicism and distrust.
I'm not, I'm a bit distracted by what I see in the paragraph underneath. Truth. I've got my eye on the last words, the last two words of that paragraph, which I'm sure you'll see yourself when you go to read it out.
Yeah, ugliness, being totally sexual, incapable of cerebral or as tastic responses, totally materialistic and greedy. The male, besides inflicting on the world great art, has decorated his on landscape cities with ugly buildings, both inside and out, ugly decors, billboards, highways, cars, garbage trucks, and most notably, his own putrid self.
Putrid self. Wow. We're getting into pretty dehumanizing rhetoric here, we know.
Right. Oh, I told you it was starting.
Starting to microaggressions build up a bit now.
Yes. Yeah. Hatred and violence. The meal is eaten up with tension, with frustration at not being female, at not being capable of ever achieving satisfaction or pleasure of any kind. Eaten up with hate. Not rational hate that is directed at those who abuse or insult you, but irrational, indiscriminate hate. Hatred at bottom of his own worthless self. Gratuitous violence, besides proving he is a man, serves as an outlet for his hate, and in addition, the male being capable only of sexual responses and needing very strong stimuli to stimulate his half-dead self provides him with little sexual thrill.
I mean, Streaky, I can't speak on your behalf, but I think that you can relate to that paragraph, can you know?
Yeah. The thing is, I'm trying to be a bit quiet because, like, I hear like kids rustling upstairs, and you know it's like this time of night, like Christmas and that.
Yeah.
And I realized I'm in somebody else's house.
Oh, fuck.
I was pissed up earlier. I've gone into the wrong fucking street, haven't I? I'm in somebody else's house.
You got me to take the piss, like.
DJ believed it. You fucking believed it, DJ.
Well, like. Fucking Jesus.
No, I forgot the chat. No. I'm not in somebody else's house. I'm in my house, and if there's kids upstairs, don't tell anybody, right? But like, yeah, fucking hell, boys, I can't get myself out of this fucking hole. Yeah, the subject lesbianism, was it? I forget what it was. It was something like that. But anyway, fucking boo hiss all them fucking commie lesbians and all this shit in our lives. And that's all I can really say at the moment. Anyway, lads.
Classic misogyny. I like it.
And don't call the police, right? And don't call. Yeah, and I might steal this fucking laptop right before I leave.
You've already stolen their pigs and blankets, so why not make a night of it?
Yeah. I was watching this thing about his fucking burglary the other day, and then cheeky cunts, man, right? They fucking cooked the meal, man. Imagine screwing some fucker's house, right? You'd be worried about getting stuff out. And then, like, fucking imagine, man, cooking a fucking meal in some cunt's house, like. And then the cops caught him, man, as they were cooking a meal. But I thought that's the ultimate cheeky bastard, isn't it? You know? Sorry, lads. Just
no, and then attempts to add insult to injury. indirectly.
yeah, listen. Oh, listen, check this out. I'm fucking watching the local news, 2 weeks ago. So they describe a crime in the town. They describe a fucking crime in the town centre, right? Is a fucking shop opened up, like the Christmas shop, yeah? And this is in the main town, right? So anyway, right, they described this fucking woman. She's dragged another woman out of the shop, and she's fucking thrown her on the floor and give her a good kicking as well. And like they said, the woman is described as large, wearing a blue tracksuit with silver and gold stars all over it. right, right, right. Listen, I'm not even going to tell you the color, right? Large. With a fucking blue tracksuit with silver and gold stars. But I think we can fucking basically. But thankfully, in the news, they didn't fucking say the color anyway. So I thought, anyway, right? Chances are it happened 10 o'clock in the morning in the midweek, and there'll be loads of witnesses gonna fucking see that. But it's just like another one of the local news. They won't fucking say that. We can guess the fucking color of the person, but they wouldn't fucking say it. And straight away they done it.
A tracksuit. That might very well have been a Scottish woman, to be fair.
Fucking navy blue with gold and silver stars all over it. A large woman, right? So I clocked the cunt straight away. They didn't even have to mention her name. I think nowadays, they're just too fucking lazy. We can't even be fucking bothered to mention. Everybody knows who's doing the crime, man. It ain't the thing against racism. We just can't be. Everybody knows, like, you know. Anyway, just fucking. So, anyway, the fucking bird, right? And I thought, like, yeah. Anyway, so she's done it, and straight away she said she went to the next fucking crime, and she said some fucking girl got groped, and some teenage girl got groped by a guy who's 6'1" with ginger hair, and straight away on the telly's a fucking photo of it to this guy straight afterwards, because obviously he's the right fucking colour to be fucking shown like on TV. But this is, I know everybody gets rid of the TV and stuff like that, but I'm on these fucking things so you don't have to watch this fucking poison. I see on from breakfast till fucking midnight. I'm on it, like, you know.
Well, somebody's got to do it. That's why I kill my brain cells every day.
I'm taking arrows everywhere for this. I'm fucking on it. You gotta watch this. The utter fucking filth you have to watch in local news. And do you know, I watch this BBC Wales local news. Fucking hell, you never see nothing like this, man. It is just a fucking browbeating, a constant browbeating of every cunt in Wales is white. It's fucking sickening what our people are having to be put up through. These fuckers, man. Anyway, I'm getting a bit sweary now, so I'd like to pass the conversation on.
Right. Disease and death. All diseases are curable, and the aging process and death are due to disease. It is possible, therefore, never to age and to live forever. In fact, the problems of aging and death could be solved within a few years if an all-out massive scientific assault were made upon the problem. This, however, will not occur with the male establishment, because the many male scientists who shy away from biological research, terrified of this discovery that males are female, and show marked preference for virile manly war and death programs. The discouragement of many potential scientists from scientific careers by their rigidly boringless, expensive, time-consuming, and unfair exclusivity of our higher educational system. Propaganda dismissed by insecure male professionals who jealously guard their precisions so that only highly select few can comprehend the abstract scientific concepts. Widespread lack of self-confidence brought about by the Fowler systems that discourages many talented girls from becoming scientists. Lack of automation. There now exists a wealth of data which, if sorted out and correlated, would reveal the cure for cancer and several other diseases, and possibly the key to life itself. But the data is so massive, it requires high-speed computers to correlate it all. The institution of computers will be delayed indeterminately under the male control system, since the male has a horror of being replaced by machines. The money systems instill insatiable need for new products, most of the few scientists around who aren't working on death programs are tied up doing research for corporations. The males like death, it excites him sexually. Already dead inside,
a minute.
he wants to die.
Well, you can't just say that and then just move on. Like, yeah, I think that needs to be addressed. What the fuck did you?
It's sexual fucking madness. It's
Alright.
sexual, filthy,
No.
incestuous madness.
What the
That's
fuck?
what all these fuckers want to do, is to break down the family with this fucking absolute fucking garbage. It's just madness. It's like I say, boys. It's letters and fucking goes into your head and numbers. You just forget about it. You think about
I
better
don't
things.
disagree, but I have never in my fucking life heard that statement before about normal people. Maybe a psychopath, right? Maybe some guy called Jonathan that killed puppies and stuff, right? But no normal people. The male likes death. It excites him sexually. Since fucking when? Like, that's the first I've heard of that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, on top of that, we're already dead inside, and we want to die too. It's funny how this woman seems to know what we think.
Yeah. Well, she has an attempted murder.
All on fucking delusional, gross generalizations because she's a misandrist.
Incapable of a positive state of happiness, which is the only thing that can justify one's existence. The male is at best relaxed, comfortable, neutral, and this condition is extremely short-lived. As boredom and negative state soon sets in, he is therefore doomed to an existence of suffering, relieved only by occasional fleeting stretches of restfulness, which state he can only achieve at the expense of some female.
Oh, imagine that.
Yep.
Life, you're not content with life until you meet a lassie. Wow.
Yep.
Call me fucking shocked.
The male is, by his very nature, a leech, an emotional parasite, and therefore not ethically entitled to live.
What? Not entitled to live?
Yep. I told you it was getting radical. The male is, by his very nature, a leech, an emotional parasite, and therefore not ethically entitled to live, as no one has the right to life at someone else's expense.
Oh, and he really is lost on this fucking crap pot, is it not? Because the only one that seems to be somewhat emotionally parasitical is the one writing this publication.
No, she also means physically parasitical.
Oh, aye, of course. That goes without saying. Used to that by now, anyway, being white.
Yeah. Just as humans have a prior right to existence over dogs by virtue of being more highly involved and having a superior consciousness, so women have a prior right to existence over men. The elimination of any male is, therefore, a righteous and good act, an act highly beneficial to women as well as the act of mercy.
Can I just say that? So women have a prior right to existence over men. So not alongside men, over men. So again, that's indirectly referencing power again.
Oh, right. Sometimes this doesn't sink in. Just as humans have a prior right to existence over dogs by virtue of being more highly evolved and having a superior consciousness, so women have a prior right to existence over men. The elimination of any male is therefore a righteous and good act, and an act highly beneficial to women as well as an act of mercy. So by over, she doesn't mean in control of men. She means that instead of men.
Must be fucking a weird life being a lesbian. I didn't realize it made you hate men this much. Like,
yep.
Do you know what? She needs a yeah, man.
I mean, all jokes aside, I get it. Like, this is like if a man wrote this about women, they'd be in a fucking mental institution, or they'd be arrested, or whatever.
He'd be in a prison.
Yeah, depending on the time frame, he might even have been fucking lynched.
Yeah,
you know.
Oh, however, This
She
moral
needs a good
issue
husband.
will eventually be rendered academic by the fact that the male is gradually eliminating himself. In addition to engaging in the time-honored and classical wars and race riots, men are more and more either becoming fags or are completely obliterating themselves through drugs. The female, whether she likes it or not, will eventually take complete charge, if for no other reason than she will have to. The male, for practical purposes, won't exist.
What the fuck?
Sorry, just to see in the chat, It's a Duck said, how did this manage to get published? It's a Duck, it got published on Sensum Communum's diaries. That's how it managed to get published. Sensum Communum's diaries, stolen by 42.
Right. Billy Blogs is saying, are you telling me that this is recommend? No, it's not recommended reading. It is required reading for pretty much every gender studies course.
Aye, and I missed the start of the stream as well, but like I've already managed to come to the conclusion myself that this is pretty self-explanatory in terms of much older versions of what you still hear today. It's just been watered down somewhat. Quite many of the things that have been read out tonight I've heard before, but just in a repackaged format. It's the same shit. This woman's just off her tits on feminine and whatnot, like, but, you know, but the modern day feminists like Nicola Sturgeon, etc., in the Scottish context, you see the same thing, but just a bit more fluffy.
Yeah, Valerie Solanas put out the fucking basic idea, and not to give away the ending, she's advocating for the total elimination of all men. Right now, Sally, that was 1968. Sally Miller Gerhardt, in her essay, "The Future If There Is One Female," advocated that the male population be reduced to and remaining at 10% of the total population.
Oh.
So
yeah, I'd rather it be 1%, and I'm the only 1%.
Right, yeah, and then we had Julie Bindel, who writes for The Guardian, saying that all men should be put into camps where they can drive white vans and their female family members could take them out like a library book when they required them.
Yeah, I do recall that one.
Right,
but have you not noticed as well this sort of shift in rhetoric? Because with this being written here, what you've been going through tonight, there's not one mention, as far as I'm aware, to race, right? Back then it was just men, but now they're making a clear distinction. Now it's white men, but it was always white men, of course. Yeah. But now it's like they're getting so confident in the shit that they're peddling now because it's become so normalized and accepted in the mainstream that they can now kind of start to, you know, tease the next step in the plan, and that's admitting that this is it's already out there anyway. White male, white supremacy, patriarchy, etc. It's all the white man's fault. So it's just interesting to read cancer like this all the way back then. It was still anti-white male shit, you know?
Yeah. See, the other thing is, since this came out, we've had the intersectionalism where you had different levels of oppression.
Spazziness.
Yep.
Different levels of spazziness, isn't it?
Yeah, and different directions. So they've had to incorporate it. Right? Accelerating this trend is the fact that more and more males are acquiring enlightened self-interest. They're realizing more and more that the female interest is in their interest, white knights, that they can live only through the female, and that the more the female is encouraged to live, to fulfill herself, to be female and not a male, the more nearly he lives. He's coming to see that it's easier and more satisfactory to live through her than to try to become her and to usurp her qualities. Claim them as his own, push the female down, and claim that she's a male. The fag who accepts his maleness, that is, his passivity and total sexuality, his femininity, is also best served by women being truly female, as it would be easier for him to be male, feminine, to be male feminine. If men were wise, they would seek to become really female. They would incentivize biological research that would lead to me, by means of operation on the brain and nervous system, being able to transform in psyche as well as body into women. So, as well as looping off the bits and creating the whole, sort out your brain as well, chum.
I'm just like still stumped that she's referring to faggots. She's the fag who accepts his maleness. Like what? It's supposed to be highly intellectual and thought provoking, but yet she's calling us fags.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe this is real. What the fuck?
Whether to continue to
get lost in her when she's talking about like biological realities and whatnot, when she's just talking a lot of shit about men, which just has no biological basis in reality.
Whether to continue to use females for reproduction or to reproduce in the laboratory will also become academic. What will happen when every female 12 and over is routinely taking the pill and there are no longer any accidents? How many women will deliberately get, or if an accident, remain pregnant? No vagina. Women don't just adore being broodmares, despite what the mass robot brainwashed woman will say. When society consists of only the fully conscious, the answer will be none. Should a certain percentage of men be set aside by force to serve as bloodmares for the species? Obviously, this will not do.
Listen, no. Listen, tell this fucking postmodernist cow I will be glad when men can't fucking get screwed over by the CSA after accidents. So I quite agree on her point there. Because, like, the child support agency have screwed over loads of men because of so-called accidents. So I agree with her point. Sorry to interrupt with, like, a puerile point, lads. I just had to chip that in, like, for all the fucking victims of CSA, like, you know.
I want to as well add the bit that she says there. Where is it? Where did it go? How many women will deliberately where is the bit? Women don't just adore being broodmares, despite what the mass of robot brainwashed women will say. So that's just an early variation of this term that you hear nowadays called internalized misogyny. Same thing applicable for racism, internalized racism. So if a woman does not conform to the feminist ideology, that's because she's brainwashed. You know, because that is a term that they coined today. Women naturally, well, I know that they're doing a pretty damn good job of trying to draw that out of them, admittedly, generation upon generation. But especially when this shit was written back then, women, by and large, on average, did very much enjoy what came naturally to them, which was to be broody and want kids, you know. But that's science.
Yeah. Of course they did.
You can see where this madness has been put into effect in society.
Yeah, it's like when you see it, you can't unsee it, and that's why like all the years that I've been covering it, I've indirectly ended up bringing up a lot of the same points that you've done yourself, just purely because I noticed things now so fucking obvious people to do it. I can see right through it, especially with these terms. I'll say like internalized misogyny. That's a legitimate term. Then you've got internalized fucking racism, etc. And it's conveniently put into place to label anybody that doesn't see the world through their fucking their prism.
As for the issue of whether or not to continue to reproduce males, it doesn't follow that because the male, like a disease, has always existed among us, that he should continue to exist. When genetic control is possible, and soon it will be, it goes without saying that we should produce only whole, complete beings, not physical defects of deficiencies, including emotional deficiencies, such as maleness. Just as the deliberate production of blind people.
This is getting genocidal, like.
Just as the deliberate production of blind people would be highly immoral, so it would So would be the deliberate production of emotional cripples, by which she means men.
The irony being, no women are more emotional fucking men. Oh, and she's proving the point with each paragraph.
Yep. I told you it was going to get more when we're getting to the spicy bit.
I know, but just my maleness, my superiority is coming out, really, because I'm looking down at her with contempt because she's clearly not on my wavelength, IQ-wise.
Yeah.
It's a joy to be a female lass. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm joking if there's any women watching.
Yeah. Why produce even females? Why should there be future generations? What is their purpose? When aging and death are eliminated, why continue to reproduce? Why should we care what happens when we're dead? Why should we care that there is no younger generation to succeed us? Eventually, the natural course of events of social evolution will lead to a total female control of the world, and subsequently to the cessation of the production of males, and ultimately the cessation of the production of females. She's gonna wipe us all out.
About like lions and stuff as well. She pondered on that thought. Like, why is there male lions? Why is there male hyenas? I don't know. I don't know. Fucking hell. Males only exist because it's just this superiority complex. We're determined to keep our disease alive. Oh, fucking hell.
But here we go. Strap in. But SCUM is impatient. SCUM is not consoled by the thought that future generations will thrive. SCUM wants to grab some thriving living for itself, and if a large majority of women were SCUM, they could acquire complete control of this country within a few weeks, simply by withdrawing from the labour force, thereby paralysing the entire nation. I want to pause there. Do you remember the thing they did in Sweden where they took all the women away?
Yeah.
Right. The female strike. What caused everything to shut down? The men had to stay home. Yep. The men had to stay home to do childcare because they took the women away and not the children. It wasn't that the women did any of the actual work that made the country work. It was the fact that the men couldn't go to the electricity generating places because they had to mind the children. They did that same experiment in Wales as well, and it was the same problem. The only thing that caused them to shut down was childcare.
Okay, now.
Additional measures, any one of which would be sufficient to completely disrupt the economy and everything else, would be for women to declare themselves off the money system, stop buying, just loot, and simply refuse to obey all laws they didn't care to obey. The police force, National Guard, Army, Navy, and Marines combined couldn't squelch a rebellion of over half of the population, particularly when it's made up of people they are utterly helpless without.
Holy fuck.
No, listen. The thing is, right? If ever women decided like, oh, we're going to leave men, right? All men would have to do is just like go to the TV and put EastEnders on, or anything Dancing on Ice, or Celebrities with the Voice, or some shit like that, right? And then instantly the men click their fingers like that. And then fucking dumb, brainless clothes will go straight in front of the box like that. And that's how you lead them on. And also get them fucking pregnant and then stick them in front of a fucking Homes Under the Hammer fucking program. And you got them for the rest of your life. They only think they're fucking clever when they get a bit of airplay like this, like, you know what I mean? End of the day, woman has to be treated like the chattel she is. Respect of the Muslim Brotherhood. Inshallah.
But what you're forgetting is, what about the electricity system? What about the sewerage system? What about the road system? Would that not all collapse if the women didn't go to work? Oh, fuck, that's right. That's men.
Well, yeah. There'd be no like fucking tea ladies in the canteen fucking selling fucking stuff to keep them god boys going. Yeah. Oh, and there'd be no fucking cleaners, by the way, in the bogs, like, you know, along the roadside. Keep the fucking building sites going. That would be about it.
If all women
a fucking-
if all women simply left men, refused to have anything to do with them ever, all men. Yeah, by the way, these two words here, all men, are quite important because see, whenever these feminists talk about men, they mean all men. The government and the national economy would collapse completely, even without leaving men. Women who are aware of the extent of their superiority to the power over men could acquire complete control over everything within a few weeks, could affect the total submission of males to females. In the sane society, the male would trot along obediently after the females. The male is docile and easily led, easily subjected to the domination of any female who cares to dominate them. The male, in fact, wants desperately to be led by the females, wants mama in charge, wants to abandon himself to her care. But this is not a sane society, and most women are not even dimly aware that
Fucking hell, man.
of
I'd be like this. Imagine if you had some fucking bird who was going, wow, just telling you all this shit what she believes in her fucking head about women and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is how it should be, and going like on about all women and women feminism. I'd be like, fucking hell. I'd be like, shut the fuck up, woman. Get the fuck out of my place. Like, know what I mean? What the fuck are you doing my fucking head in with all this shit, man? Imagine this.
You never
And
go
she'd be like,
into
oh,
any.
hey, listen, I got it printed. Have a look at this. I got it printed. Look at this. It's university recognized. I'm fucking, oh, look at this, blah, blah, blah. I'd end up, I swear, man, I'd be like, fucking wrapping in papers around her fucking head. I'd be like, woman, get out of my fucking house now. You're doing my head right in with this communist filth. Like, have a listen to yourself. Have a fucking talk to yourself. Listen, you fuck. Honestly, man, I'd be like this. And that's not being like horrible to women, because like women are good for fucking things like cleaning, cooking, pretend to listen to their problems, shagging, and obviously, and we've got stuff like that, innit? But women with
when women are two
women
different
with
things.
mad political opinions. What the fuck have they ever done? Angela Merkel. What the fuck did she ever do? Whore. Fuck off, like, you know what I mean? Margaret Thatcher, whore. Fuck off, like, you know? So, like, anyway, women and politics, they just don't go together. So all this fucking shit, man. Imagine having, and the thing is, the frightening thing is, this cow now who's ever wrote this, who's fucking saying all this, she's got a lot of authority, and she's going to be fucking speaking to millions of these dull bastards going through university with massive spectacles and small fucking heads. Like, you see them go through universities. I seen them in the pub earlier, man. I was listening to this bird, and she was like, it's not fucking stupid cow, like, you know. Anyway, right? So like, and the millions of these fucking idiots get pumped into the system, but unfortunately, they got a lot of weight in what they're saying, like, and our traditional way of fucking life is going. But like, I just fucking listen to them. Imagine having to listen to this cow. Imagine if you got pissed up one night, right, and you got this bird back to your place, and you said like, oh yeah, we like music. I like this music. Fantastic. Come back to my place. And you sat down, and I said, oh, you like toast? And she's like, yeah, oh, I like toast. Yeah, cool. Marmalade? Yeah, I like marmalade. And he sat down, and she said, did I ever tell you about what I think about feminism? And she fucking came out with this, man. Imagine this. And you got a bottle of fucking cider there. Everything's nice, the music's fucking going on and everything like that. Did I ever tell you about what I think about the feminine personality, man? I'd be like, fuck it, hell, man. Get the fuck out of my house now. Do you know what I mean?
I will say, you do hear that now. It's just, as I said, it's just repackaged. I mean, look at Scotland's probably the best example because it's so much worse here than it is everywhere else for the time being. Maybe Canada, arguably, but like Nicola Sturgeon a few months ago came out and apologised on behalf of Scotland to fucking witches that died hundreds of years ago, right? Deliberately left out she deliberately left out the fact that men died as well back then, historically speaking. Men were accused of being witches too. She did so she could lie in front of the whole world if they chose to watch that shit. She lied and said that these women were accused of being witches purely for being women, but then going on to say after the fact that it was predicated on misogyny that can still be seen today in modern day society. It's not gone away. And then, of course, the proof for this, disparities. oh, there's not enough female politicians in the Scottish Parliament. That's that same misogyny that got women killed for being witches hundreds of years ago. Like,
Can you tell me a government which has been successful in the fucking world, right? Since the world fucking started in the civilization, can you tell me a female-run government in any country which has been successful?
no. No. Absolutely.
There we go. So
Of course,
we already know with Scotland, we're on the fucker. We know. Remember, Take the High Road, which was the best fucking Scottish soap opera, by the way, in the 1980s. Love Take the High Road. But yeah, we're on the low road to fucking Scotland now because it's an all feminine thing, and now they want to change men into women and shit
we've
like
got
that.
a feminist foreign policy. Like they've got our government's a fucking Scotland's a matriarchy now, right? Fucking more or less, even though it's fucking is. She even came out a few years ago and said that Scotland has lost its macho image and is now a feminist nation. We now have a feminist foreign policy. So
Scotland is officially now the vagina of the world. Nicola Sturgeon said officially Scotland is now the vagina of the world.
But honestly, I don't know if you've seen anything that I've covered on this feminist foreign policy. But now in Scotland, our foreign policy is to go around the world tackling male domination and racism and eradicating misogyny. So the British Armed Forces, the Scottish, what remains of it anyway, we're going to send out our Highland regiments to go and tackle China and Russia because they're misogynists. Yeah. Just cut my cock off already. Just get it over with, please.
I honestly don't think that's going to work.
42, I agree.
Right, here, check this shit out. But scum is too impatient to wait for the deep brainwashing of millions of assholes. Why should the swinging females continue to plod dismally along with the dull male ones? Why should the fates of the groovy and the creepy be intertwined? Why should the active and imaginative consult with the passive and dull on social policy? Why should the independent be confined to the sewer along with the dependent who need daddy to cling to? A small handful of scum can take over the country within a year by systematically fucking up the system, selectively destroying property and murder.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Like the irony being, the only way that feminists can actually take over society the way that they are doing is with the help of men with wee hats.
Scum will become members of the unmarked force.
I wouldn't mind a feminist taking over my kitchen now, right? I'd sort things right out now. If I had a feminist with me now, man, I fucking swear, man. In the morning, she would be a changed person. She'd be, what the fuck do they call it when they have the conversion? Yeah, she'd be conversion.
Show the Welsh procreation sausage. And
do you know what happened?
Do you know what happened? Food. Anyway, sorry, I do appear sexist, but this is the truth. All these fucking lesbians, this is what they're all seeking for at the end of the day, right? It's a good shagging. Like the woman I wrote this, and that's the truth, man, about most of it. Like, but they all obviously is in their fucking heads. They think this is not what they want, and they just going against nature with his anti-fucking vile, anti-fucking white man hatred. Sorry, boys.
Right. Do you know what happened at the feminist picnic?
Go on.
It got cancelled. Nobody brought any sandwiches.
You better hope that went under the radar. Like,
yep.
You're gonna have some fucking hate emails coming your way for that one.
Yep. Scum will become members of the on-work force, the fuck-up force. They will get jobs of various kinds in on-work. For example, scum sales girls will not charge for merchandise. Scum telephone operators will not charge for calls. Scum office and factory workers, in addition to fucking up their work, will secretly destroy equipment. Scum will on-work at a job until fired, then get a new job to on-work at.
And then scum will realise that society is fact because of a delusional worldview.
Well, now, see, to be fair, this idea of homework and fucking up what you're doing. What if the SNP were fucking up the country intentionally?
Well,
Would that look like this on workforce?
well, I would make the argument that they are, because they can't. They're not that fucking stupid. Like, they have to have, whether or not they're bought and paid for or ideologically driven. That's an argument to be hard for all.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
certainly not
definitely.
stupid.
Yeah,
They know what they're doing, fucking up the country.
Yeah, but they must know that the policies they have are not working.
Yeah, and they also know that every policy they pass is not supported by the fucking public, but they do it anyway.
They do. Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
concerted effort. This is a concerted effort all through countries all around the world. It's a degradation of the systems, right? You see, and the longer it goes on, the easier it is for the globalists to actually come in and take over. It's not going to get any fucking better, and it's
Yeah,
slowly
exactly.
going
Like, everything
worse
that's been
and it's
passed
slowly
right
going
now.
worse.
Yeah.
They
Everything
know
that's been passed
what
is
they're doing.
sustainable
And these
development
fuckers,
goals.
they know what they're doing, right? Like fucking Sturgeon and all these bought for bastards in Parliament. They know what they're fucking doing, and they got bigger bucks and they got bigger ideas. They're in the 1%. We ain't, right. So like they all know what they're doing, and they don't give a fuck, man, about the country. This is why you got globalists running everything. This is why like all the main positions in the government now, like fucking Prime Minister, Home Office, and everything is all foreign. They don't care for the country, so they don't give a fuck. We've been taken over by globalists. So as things degrade, don't be surprised. It gets shittier and shittier all the time rounds. So they know what they're doing, and in 5 years' time, they're off. Like in 5 years' time, the fucking vaccine, everything's going to be blasted about how much everybody got fucked over by it and who took the backhanders. But listen, them boys are away. Boris Johnson, he'll be away in America. Chris Whitty, them lads will all be gone, and it's fucking forgot about it, and it's moving on and moving on. So they're only here fucking temporary. They have no heart in the country, nothing at all. These bastards be running over. They know what they're doing. It's not like they're blindly going into it with fucking stupid ideological fucking policies. They know what they're doing. They're just witnesses in the fucking degradation, destruction of the country.
Because it's copy and pasted in every country as well. Like, even there's a big hoo-ha now about this gender reform shit in Scotland, but Spain just passed it as well. No, that's getting no mention at all. Spain just passed the same fucking thing. Like, so did Nicola Sturgeon not just come up with this random bill themselves and Spain heard about it and copied it? Or is it more safe to
Exactly,
assume?
yeah. Spain done it. Yeah, Spain done it.
It came from the
It's like
United Nations.
everywhere, like it's done with the fucking vaccines. They did everywhere. They done it with the vaccines. They done it with the lockdowns. They were fucking trying and testing different places around Europe, and all the time the data is collected. Who will take it? What's the public's reactions? And they've been doing it all the time. Like when they're pushing fucking news items forward. What was the public really thinking about this? And if it's outlandish. And they fucking tried and tested all the time. It's fucking the bastard, man. It's like they got us. It's like we're in their fucking hand. It really is.
Right. Scum will forcibly relieve bus drivers, cab drivers, subway token sellers of their jobs and run buses and cabs and dispense free tokens to the public. Scum will destroy all useful, harmful objects, cars, stores, windows, great art, etc. Interesting that they're calling cars harmful objects. Eventually, Scum will take over the airwaves, radio and TV networks by forcibly relieving of their jobs all radio and TV employees who would impede Scum's entry into broadcast studios. Actually, that sounds quite familiar.
Yeah.
What happens to anybody on TV, radio, or anything that has the wrong opinion?
Well,
They get cancelled.
not on TV anymore, eh? But I still aren't.
As long as it's the correct opinion, they're free to speak.
Yeah, but right. Eventually, Scum will take over the airwaves, TV and radio networks by forcibly relieving of their jobs all radio, TV employees who would impede Scum's entry.
It sounds.
It sounds very like cancel culture.
It really does very much remind me of the climate change shit that's happened just now, because the BBC, like, was it last year? I think they did that. They actually announced that they weren't going to have any more individuals on that had a sort of alternative opinion.
That was pre-COVID. It was pre-COVID that did that. I remember that. This come on, said the science is settled. We're not going to have any dissenting voices.
Yeah. And then they declared the wee stupid emergency to justify acceleration. And here we are.
SCUM will couple bust, barge into mixed male-female couples wherever they are and bust them up. Right.
Female supremacy is out of full force here, eh?
Right, now, this next line might remind you of a hashtag that was quite popular. SCUM will kill all men who are not in the men's auxiliary of SCUM. Do you remember that hashtag?
I don't necessarily know if I know the hashtag, but it does very much sound like communists lining everyone up against the wall.
Kill all men trended on Twitter for about 4 years straight.
Well, I only had Twitter for about 6 months,
Right.
so.
Right. SCUM will kill all men who are not in the men's auxiliary of SCUM. Men in the men's auxiliary are those men who are working diligently to eliminate themselves. Men who, regardless of their motives, do good. Men who are playing ball with SCUM. A few examples of the men in the men's auxiliary are men who kill men, biological scientists who are working on constructive programs as opposed to biological warfare, journalists, writers, editors, publishers, and producers who disseminate and promote the ideas that will lead to the achievements of SCUM's goals.
This is retarded, man.
Yeah. Faggots who, by their shimmering, flaming examples, encourage other men to demand themselves and thereby make themselves relatively inoffensive.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Does it not? Toxic masculinity, and we need to eradicate the gender stereotypes that harm little girls. So, and we need to stop boys being boys.
And flamboyant gay men are okay.
Oh yeah, well, of course. That's what the world needs.
Yeah,
more of them.
Men who constantly give things away, money, things, services. Men who tell it like it is, so far as one ever has. Who put women straight. Who reveal the truth about themselves. Who give the mindless mass females correct sentences to parrot. Who tell a woman's primary goal in life should be to squash the male sex. To aid men in this endeavor, SCUM will conduct turd sessions at which every male present will give a speech beginning with the sentence, "I am a turd, a lowly abject turd."
This is the part where you're going to tell us all that this was a massive prank and you have wasted 3 hours just to wind me the fuck up.
Right? No. Now, do you remember the thing that happened in universities where young men would arrive at a university and would have to take a toxic masculinity course and go and say how bad they were and have a struggle session?
Yeah.
This is looking very like it. Then proceed to list all the ways in which he is. His reward for doing so will be an opportunity to fraternize after the session for a whole solid hour with the SCUM who will be present. Nice, clean living male women will be invited to the sessions to help clarify any doubts and misunderstandings they may have about the male sex. Makers and promoters of sex books and movies, etc., who are hastening the day when all that will be shown on the screen will be suck and fuck. Males like the rats follow the Pied Piper will be lured by pussy to their doom and will be overcome and submerged and will eventually drown in all the passive flesh they are. Drug pushers and advocates who are hastening the dropping out of men.
Well, I will just say, thank fuck this woman is dead. Good riddance.
Yeah.
What a waste of carbon.
Yes.
You fat cunt.
I pity the worms that feed upon her.
She's got a shit haircut. What a fucking surprise.
I do. I honestly pity the worms that feed upon her.
I mean, a fucking designer vagina looks better than her hairstyle. Like, just saying. Don't know what she's doing.
42. That's quite an insult. I pity the worms who have to feed upon her. That's such a real fucking insult, man. If you think.
Well, let's just focus on female worms, eh?
Being in the men's auxiliary is a necessary but not sufficient condition for making SCUM's escape list. It's not enough to do good. To save their worthless asses, men must also avoid evil. A few examples of the most obnoxious and harmful types are rapist politicians and all who are in their service, campaigners, members of political parties, etc., lousy singers and musicians, chairmen of board, breadwinners, landlords, owners of greasy spoons and restaurants that play Mozart, great artists, cheap pikers and welchers, cops, tycoons, scientists working on death and destruction programs or for private industry, practically all scientists, liars and phonies, disc jockeys, men who introduce themselves in the slightest way on any strange female, real estate men, stockbrokers, men who speak when they have nothing to say, men who sit idly on the street and mar the landscape with their presence, double dealers, flim-flam artists, litterbugs, plagiarizers, men who in the slightest way harm any female.
What is
all men? All men in the advertising industry, psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, dishonest writers, journalists, editors, publishers, censors on both the public and private levels.
That's half all members of Israel. That's half of Israel she's fucking mentioned.
Yep. all members of the armed forces, including the draftees, LBJ, American president, McNamara give orders, but servicemen carry them out, and particularly pilots. If the bomb drops, LBJ won't drop it, a pilot will. In the case of a man whose behaviour falls into both the good and the bad categories, an overall subjective evaluation of him will be made to determine if his behaviour is imbalanced, good or bad. I don't think there's any...
where the term non-binary came from.
Yeah, and I don't think there's too many men that would be outside of that list.
No, I don't like chat up a bit. I think that's what she's after. That. Yeah, just pretend to be a faggot and you'll be fine. Like,
it is most tempting to pick off female great artists, liars, and phonies, etc., along with the men, but that would be expendable, as it would not be clear to most of the public that the female killed was a male. All women would have a think streak in them to a greater or lesser degree, but it seems from lifetime to living among men, emasculate men and women will shape up. Women are improvable, men are no. Although their behaviour is, when scum gets hot on their asses, it'll shape up fast.
Oh, fighting talk, eh?
Yeah.
I'm a shitty haircut, but I love the wee typo there. I'm now questioning whether or not this woman was Scottish, because that's how we talk, you know. Women are provable, men are no, instead of not.
Yeah.
Like, this is cultural appropriation from the SCUM artist.
Simultaneously, with the fucking up, looting, couple busting, destroying and killing, scum will recruit scum. Then will consist of recruiters, the elite corps, and the hardcore activists, the fuck-ups, looters, and destroyers, and the elite of the elite, the killers.
Oh, the killers. Everything in society is just going to come to a standstill the minute, though, that somebody needs a light bulb changed or a jar of fucking jam open, eh?
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
I'm wondering what that rock band's got to do with this.
Oh, fucking hell.
Dropping out is not the answer. Fucking up is. Most women already dropped out. They were never in. Dropping out gives control to those few who don't drop out. Dropping out is exactly what the establishment leaders want. It plays into the hands of the enemy. It strengthens the system instead of undermining it, since it is based entirely on the non-participating, passivity, apathy, and non-involvement of the mass of women. Dropping out, however, is an excellent policy for men, and SCUM will enthusiastically encourage it.
I've decided I am just going to change my gender. I concede. I can't do this anymore. Like, I realise now that I'm just a wanker. She's correct.
Yep.
I will demasculate. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, though. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, like, but she's obviously cracked open the vodka or the peach schnapps while she's writing these paragraphs here. She maybe got some
I know there's a
angry
lot of people are saying about all this degenderization in Scotland and all that. But I was thinking to myself, perhaps it's not a bad thing. There may be some positives to look into it. For instance, like as a single man, I could go up to Scotland now and like I could go into like a woman's changing room and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, I think perhaps it's not that bad. We'll have to see how it cracks on in the future, and let's give it all a test. And
Well, I
let's
will
test
just say, we've got record low birth rates, so the continuation of constant feministic bullshit and forcing or trying to coerce little girls into believing that pursuing careers is ideal, etc., is doing more harm than good. So,
Yeah, but
to
imagine,
even
mate,
break up,
even-
this is how clever these little bastards are, though, because bringing even the mere suggestion of having a discussion or, a bit of balance in schools and teach little children about families and the benefits of families and why it's desirable, that is a classic example of that patriarchal, blah, 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 the usual shit. That's toxic masculinity, that's outdated stereotypes, that's misogyny, etc. So we can't talk about that. We instead need to empower women. And as a result, we have record low birth rates. No smoke without fucking fire.
Yeah, but at least you can still get into like a bird's changing room as a man and get away with looking at loads of birds in the nude. So that's what I mean. It's got positive aspects.
But the thing is, though, you're going into these female changing rooms and it's a bunch of guys with their dicks out.
DJ, ever felt cheated? Fucking hell. Imagine, I'd be gutted. You go in and rubbing your hands together like a small lad, thinking, yeah, I'm going to see something now. And you walk and there's all your fucking mates.
Right? What is you here?
Right.
Fucking hell. I bet it's happened somewhere. Some chancing bastard has gone into one of these changing rooms for every sneak peek, and here's his mate Peter stood there. Fuck's sake.
Oh, right. SCUM will not picket, demonstrate, march, or strike to attempt to achieve its ends. Such tactics are for nice, genteel ladies who scrumptiously take only such action as is guaranteed to be ineffective. In addition, only decent, clean living male women, highly trained in submerging themselves into the species, act on a mob basis. SCUM consists of individuals. SCUM is not a mob, a blob. Only as many scum will do a job as are needed for the job. Also, scum, being cool and selfish, will not subject into getting itself wrapped on the head with billy clubs. That's for the nice, privileged, educated, middle-class ladies with their high regard for the touching faith and the essential goodness of Daddy and the policeman. If scum ever marches, it will be over the president's stupid, sickening face. If scum ever strikes, it will be in the dark with a 6-inch blade. Scum will always operate on a criminal as opposed to a civil disobedience basis. That is, as opposed to openly violating the law and going to jail in order to draw attention to injustices. Such tactics acknowledge the rightness overall system and are used only to modify it slightly, change specific laws. SCUM is against the entire system, the very idea of law and government. SCUM is out to destroy the system, not attain certain rights within it. Also, SCUM, always selfish, always cool, will always aim to avoid detection and punishment. SCUM will always be furtive, sneaky, underhanded, although SCUM murders will always be known as such.
Are we going to ignore the elephant in the room there that this woman has literally just unironically said, yeah, we're always cool. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. After all the random words that have been incorporated into this shit show, unnecessary, big, fabricated words to make herself appear intelligent, she then unironically just drops in, oh, we're cool. We're always cool. Like, oh,
Yep.
this woman's on crack, eh? Fuck.
I don't know exactly what cool means, but I didn't think it meant wrong about killing people.
No, not at all.
Right. Nakuda, who wrote this? This was written by Valerie Solanas. It's the SCUM Manifesto, and it's used in universities and gender studies.
And her hairstyle looks like it was grown in a petri dish.
Yep, it does.
And I am going to Google her nudes when we come off the stream, see if she's quite tidy. Like, bet she's got a massive dick. Yeah. Resisting lies, gay, confirmed. Scum's changing my mindset.
It's fucking nuts.
That's all I keep thinking about now, thanks to her.
Yeah. Both destruction and killing will be selective and discriminate. SCUM is against half-crazed and discriminate rats. The whole fucking thing's half-crazed. With no clear objective in mind, and in which many of our own kind are picked off. SCUM will never instigate, encourage, or participate in riots of any kind or other forms of indiscriminate destruction. SCUM will coolly, fugitively stalk its prey and quietly move in for the kill. Destruction will never be such as to block off routes needed for the transportation of food or other essential supplies, contaminate or cut off the water supply, block streets and traffic to the extent that ambulances can't get through, or impede functioning hospitals. Well, you might want to leave some fucking men in the place to fucking drive the stuff.
I know, it's nice that they're going to take control of the systems that as men created, even though we're subhuman apparently. You know, let's just hope that they know what they're doing, eh?
This thing doesn't even know what it's writing, let alone what it's doing. SCUM
fucking planet, you know, to be honest.
SCUM will keep on
fan fiction novel.
SCUM will keep on destroying, looting, fucking up, and killing until the money work system no longer exists and automation is completely instituted, or until enough women cooperate with SCUM to make violence unnecessary to achieve these goals.
It's funny because I mean I'm not disparaging women when I say this, but you know, you mentioned earlier on, like, you know, ideally it'd be like 90% women in the world and 10% men. Men would still kick their ass. Like, you don't even need to be all white men for that. Like, that doesn't worry me. So I just can't take this shit seriously. A bunch of rabid fucking feminists. I mean, what?
You know, looking at this violent rhetoric, I think John Davidson has done something. Is John Davidson the Pensioners Party? Is this part of their manifesto?
What?
Did John Davidson and the party, is it part of his manifesto about peasants in right parties remain peasants in right parties as one regime topples another?
No.
Oh, sorry, lads, I got it mixed up. Sorry to John Davidson if he's listening. All right, lads, carry on.
Yeah.
You're getting confused with Saints and Diary again.
Oh, lads, sorry. Communism and shit like that. Sorry, lads.
Right. What the fuck? SCUM will keep on destroying, looting, fucking up, killing until the money works. Oh, I read that bit. Leave men and refuse to obey all laws and incorporate a truly civilized society. Many women will fall into line, but many others who surrendered long ago to the enemy, who are now adapted to animalization, to maleness, that they like restrictions and restraints, don't know what to do with freedom, will continue to be toadies and doormats, just as the peasants and the rice paddies remain peasants and rice paddies, as one regime topples another. A few of the more volatile will limp over and skulk and throw their toys and dish rags on the floor, but scum will continue to steamroller over them. A completely automated society can be accomplished very simply and quickly once there is a public demand for it. The blueprints for it are already in existence, and its construction will take only a few weeks, with millions of people working on it. Even though off the money system, everyone will be most happy to pitch in and get the automated society built. It will mark the beginning of a fantastic new era where there will be a celebration atmosphere accompanying the construction.
Fuck.
What the fuck has she just jumped to?
I don't. I'm thinking that she's gone back to the bleach.
Right.
She's not out of vodka. She's back on the bleach.
The elimination of the money and the complete institution of automation are basic to all other scum reforms. Without these two, the others can't take place. With them, the others will take place very rapidly. The government will automatically collapse. With complete automation, it will be possible for every woman to vote directly on every issue by means of an electronic voting machine in her house. Since the government is occupied almost entirely with regulating economic affairs and legislating against purely private matters, the elimination of money, one with it, the elimination of males who wish to legislate morality, will mean there will be practically no issues to vote on.
Oh yeah, where have we heard that routine before? You hear that even today. The likes of Sturgeon, and she said it so fucking often that if there was more parliaments ran across the world by women, there'd be a lot less more problem. There'd be a lot less issues in the world because men create problems. You know.
Yeah, Can you tell me a successful parliament which has been the majority of women in the world?
Aye, the Scottish government.
No, successful.
Aye, but well, it depends on what way you're looking at it, of course, because if the end goal is to turn Scotland into a fucking embarrassment, then they're pretty successful at it, in truth. But no, obviously.
No.
There's only 3 governments in the world that have more women sitting in the parliament than men, but none of them are.
New Zealand?
No. I only know this because Sturgeon mentioned it on International Women's Day, and I looked it up and included it in a video that I made, but I can't remember now. But they're relevant countries because if they'd actually done anything of significance, I'd know who they were. So,
yeah, I mean, women running the country. I mean, like, fuck off! That can never happen. That's madness. How the fuck could women run a country? Let's be serious.
Well, they can. That's why these people are useful idiots, because they get feminists into these positions and they get exploited because they're fucking retarded. Their whole worldview is built around an ideology that's baseless. It's nonsense. So Sturgeon thinks that she's sticking it to the white man. No, she was put there by white men and Jews from the United Nations to peddle their shit and promote feminism. And she's quite good at doing that because that's all she ever does. And after repeating the same thing over and over again, it starts to become second nature. But the thick boot doesn't even realise that that's the only reason she's there. She's not there because she's anything to look at or anything to write home about, because she's a fucking failed lawyer who does nothing but read scripts.
Right. Now, on the plus side, there was only about 4 paragraphs of this shit left.
Oh, thank God, because...
Right. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
But
I tell you, I'll tell Sensum I don't ever want to listen to his diaries again.
Right.
No, he's not coming to my birthday party anymore. Like,
after the elimination of money, there will be no further need to kill men. They will be stripped of only the only power that they have over psychologically independent females. They will be able to impose themselves only on the doormats who like to be imposed on. The rest of the women will be busy solving the few remaining unsolved problems before planning their agenda for eternity and utopia. Completely revamping educational programs so that millions of women can be trained within a few months for high level intellectual months that now requires years of training. This can be done very easily once the educational goal is to educate and not populate an academic and intellectual elite, solving the problems of disease and old age and death, and completely redesigning our cities and living quarters. Many women will, for a while, continue to think they dig men, but as they become accustomed to female society and as they become absorbed in their projects, they will eventually come to see the utter uselessness and banality of the male.
Oh, the male.
The, the few remaining men can exist out their puny days, doped out on drugs, or strutting around in drag, or passively watching the high-powered female in action, fulfilling themselves as spectators, vicarious livers. Footnote: it will be electronically possible for him to tune into any specific female he wants and to follow in detail her every movement. The females will kindly, obligingly consent to this, as it won't hurt them in the slightest, and it is a marvelous kind of humane way to treat their unfortunate handicapped fellow beings. Or breeding in the cow pastures with the toadies, where they can go off to the nearest friendly suicide centre, where they will be quickly, quietly, painlessly gassed to death.
All right, Hitler, settle down, like.
Yeah, but we do have suicide pods now, but we are going down the euthanasia route.
Yep, Scotland are planning on passing it too soon.
Yep. Prior to the institution of automation, to the replacement of males by machines, the male should be of use to the female, wait on her, cater to her slightest whim, obey her every command, be totally subservient to her, exist in perfect obedience to her will, as opposed to the completely warped, degenerate situation we have now of men not only not existing at all, cluttering up the world with their enormous presence, but being pandered to and grovelled before by the masses of females. Millions of women previously worshipping the golden calf, the dog leading the master on the leash, when in fact the male, short of being a drag queen, is least miserable when his doggedness is recognised. No unrealistic emotional demands are made of him, and the completely together female is calling the shots. Rational men want to be squashed, stepped on, crushed, and crunched, treated as curs, the filth that they are, have their repulsiveness confirmed. The sick, irrational men, those who attempt to defend themselves against their disgustingness, when they see scum barreling them down, will cling entire to Big Mama with her big bouncy boobies. But boobies won't protect them against scum. Big Mama will be clinging to Big Daddy, who will be in the corner shitting in his forceful, dynamic pants. Men who are rational, however, won't kick or struggle or raise a distressing fuss, but will just sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and ride the waves to their demise. The end.
Can I just say one thing there, right? The last bringing up right at the end.
The end. Tenson, December 2022.
But the mention of rational and irrational there, again, irony seemingly lost on Little Miss Shit Haircut. But on top of that, though, this is like a much more extreme example of something that's still very much commonplace today. They don't want equality. They want the roles reversed. So all the things that the build up to where the climax of this shit, where she just effectively started drinking her bleach, whatever she was doing, and went on a wee rant, like. But the whole start of this was, oh, the woe is me about how men are holding back women and making them do this and do that with the illusions of power, etc., etc. Then she concludes by saying, and all those things I was complaining about that women have suffered for millennia, well, we want men to suffer that now. So it's not about achieving equality; it's about flipping the roles round. Some things never change, really.
Do you know what? I want to be fucking even curious into this fucking bollocks, man. Why get even listen to this fucking shit? It's just like this is the shit they want you to fucking actually look in and try to dissect in a psychological fucking manner. I think, yeah, this, and they just drag you down to their level, man. Just fucking this fucking vileness should just be ignored with all the fucking filthy
No,
yeah, we know where
I-
it's coming from. We know
I-
where all it fucking comes from, right?
I disagree, because we have a world where feminism is seen as good. And the reason why feminism can be seen as good is because not enough people know what feminism actually means, what it stands for, what their goals are, what their agenda is. And until that happens, it will not be properly rejected.
Yeah, but I mean, even the stats though of feminism a few years ago, like 7% of women in Britain identified as feminist. Like, but
Yeah.
you would, by the way that they get away with running around with their narratives totally unchallenged, you would assume that everyone was a feminist. You know, though. Like the vast majority of women do not agree with this bullshit. But the real problem is that policies do get passed on the back of the ideas that feminism professes, but it's not spoken about very openly. Like, you'd have to sit and suffer, like Scottish Parliament in my case, conferences and committees, etc., to see what they're really talking about, because it's a bunch of shit. But you don't hear that. Often you just see policies being put into practice for getting girls into STEM and gender equality, etc., etc. The usual buzzwords, but obviously there's the meaning. They don't mean what they sound like. You know, when you hear the term gender equality, it's actually equity, you know, or gender-based violence. We went through that last time I was on here. It doesn't mean what you would assume by hearing that term. But feminism in and of itself, though, is something that most women don't agree with anyway.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Most women are not feminists, and pretty much
It needs a good kick in their fanny. That's their fucking problem. And
I'll
if
tell you,
not that, a good shagging.
bring it fucking on, like, you know. I'd love nothing more than a bunch of Nicola Sturgeon lookalikes to march up my street, tell me that I'm fucking getting my cock cut off and I'm going to be a drag queen. Like, fucking bring it on, you wee boots.
It's fucking more submersive nonsense, man. The fucking piss the fucking white family off. Just all this shit is subservient. I fucking don't bother. So much time is taken up with nonsense, like it's fucking trans shit, which is affecting like less than 1% of the thing. Meanwhile, in this fucking country, like the carbon tax got just fucking passed. All this fucking subservient shit has been taken our eye off the ball to what's fucking really going on in the world, like, you know.
But I will say though, because
entertaining all this old regurgitated fucking Iran fucking shit.
It's all the same thing. It all comes from the same thing. It's just sustainable development goals. So we're on this subject matter, obviously the gender bender bullshit, that's all sustainable development goal 5 and 4.7, you know, which is promoting the LGBT stuff, and sustainable development goal 5 is feminism, gender equality. So every single thing that's been passed and is on the verge of being passed relates directly to these goals. You know?
Yeah.
And that's something that really irritates me just on
It's a big homogenized fucking glob of communism. Everything comes in, it all comes in together, man. It all comes in together, like COVID. COVID was the fucking portal into vaccines and fucking lockdowns. It all comes together, man. And it goes to the Agenda 2030. Everything's linked in, the climate, all this fucking nonsense. It's all lies. The war in Ukraine, every fucking thing, everything's planned. And so you know, harping on about feminism, transgenderism is just like, well, yeah, we've got it. So just look But I just want to sort of fucking forget about it. It takes your eye off the ball a bit, like to what's really fucking going on, like, you know, and all this stuff has been done fucking years before, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. So I've been
Um,
covering that. So I've been covering these goals for fucking years there, and it just pisses me off that like it still doesn't get that much attention. It does on Twitter and that. There's people that are not really in our spheres that talk about it and stuff, but in the grand scheme of things, nobody really talks about it that much. Computing Forever, he does a lot. Margot has spoken about it a few times, but by and large, it's something that seems to be exempt from most people's discussions. And it's like that is, you just need to fucking sit down for half an hour and look at every policy that's been passed since 2015, and you will see quite clearly a fucking pattern. It all comes from those goals. All started with that when those goals got signed. You know,
yeah.
thing from COVID to the move away from
The global migration compact. That's the fucking worst of them all. The global migration compact.
Yeah, that was for
Theresa May
sustainable. Did you know
signed
where
us
that comes
into
from,
that.
right? Sustainable development.
That was the last act
10.7.
of law she passed was to get us into the global migration compact, and it meant whether within the EU or not, we'd have to take loads of these fuckers like you know we're talking about. And America, they didn't, because Donald Trump was in charge, and he said no, we ain't having it. Of course, when Biden got in, he overturned it, like. But
And
now we've been forced to take this. We're tied up in so many fucking mandates and agreements. It's the bastards have got
exactly, and nothing will
really
change.
got us tied up, honestly.
Nothing will ever change unless
No, we're not going to vote
pulls
that way.
out of the United Nations.
We're not going to vote that way out of it. There's no chance of that. Like, but like unless it gets localized voting, we'll have a bit of a shout. But it's gone too far now. It's all going to end in tears. The thing is, they've known for years now there's going to be riots. Every country in the fucking world has known now there's going to be riots. But because Parliament only goes in 5-year cycles, right? Nobody wants to be remembered as the Parliament when the riots are kicked off in the country. They don't want to be known as the Parliament. They were in charge of the government at the time. So they just fucking fed it down the road. Now, yeah, we'll take more migrants. We take more shit in the cities. We take more money, more stress, building up more stress. But they know they don't want to be the ones to say it's time for fucking deportations. And when the riots kick off, because at that time, the government was in charge, that will be absolute fucking chaos. Nobody wants to take responsibility. So they kick this kind of immigration down the road. Because when the government in charge, when it does kick off, and it won't be long, it's just like that government will be in fucking pieces, because that's when the country will be erupt. So that they know it's going to happen. But which government it'll be one of them, one of the two, like, you know.
You're more optimistic than me. I just think they won't do anything because they can't in regards to the United Nations. You know, all these fucking annoying.
No, they'll be forced to do something. It will come to the fact they'll be forced to do something, and that's when there's going to be one of the times is when it does kick off in this country with the riots and the civil unrest. There will be a government in charge at that time, and they will be thinking, "Fucking hell, this happened on my watch." And they know the next thing anybody will be voting just to get them out. It's just it's chaos ahead, but it's all planned, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, they don't want faith in a domestic government in the country, in a citizens' own voted government. They don't want anybody to have faith in that government. They want the collapse of governments all around Europe, so everybody can say, "Please fucking help us." In steps the European Union. Let's put martial law in this country. And yeah, everybody going, yeah, let's just sort us out from these riots. Please help us out. That's what they're fucking hoping for. A gigantic fucking super state, the European Union. They're trying to dissolve all sovereignty in nations anyway. But when it does kick off with riots, and they know what they're fucking doing as well, when they flood in us with these foreigners, they want everything to kick off. So to introduce a martial law. And then we'll see now. That's what we're going to see. With civil uprisings, what will work? That's against the fucking martial law. Interesting times we live in, innit?
Yeah, and we might even be forced to team up with our new Scots and our new Welsh, our Muslim brothers. When shit hits the fan, it's
You know,
gonna
that's the
bring you up.
frightening thing. That's the frightening thing is, if you actually think about how civil unrest will happen, it'll kick off in a neighborhood and it'll go on from there, right? But it goes into flames. But then people who's been next door, if you live next door to a black family for years and you might be friends with them, suddenly they see a fucking loads of blacks getting beat across the fucking street, then it'll turn on whites. And then you've got everything involved now. You've got all kind of races involved now, right?
No, well,
It's absolute fucking hell in this country. And
yeah,
honestly,
here-
these bastards have drove us down. These have drove us down by not giving a legitimate voice to right-wing opinions. They've drove us down to what could really happen, and it will be fucking horrific. Because I mean, I got friends who are black and other races, and you know, I have like and I just thought, you know, because I got like obviously white fucking mates and stuff. But
You're
imagine
streaky.
white
Streak-
people, yeah.
Streaky, see, whenever it comes the time you've got to put a barricade across the end of your street to keep people out, do you want the white liberal person beside you or the black person that's lived beside you for 20 years and thinks the same way you do?
Yeah, it's difficult choices. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. 842. Listen, man, this is difficult choices. Like at the end, we all recede to our own race, I think. But that's a fucking
No.
difficult choices. No, honestly, mate, and that's a choice. Because listen, I got a really good mate, man. Who was a godfather.
Have you ever had to put a barricade across the end of your street?
Pardon?
Have you ever had to put a barricade across the end of your street?
Only if I knew Scousers were in the area. No.
No, seriously. No. Have you ever had to actually do it?
No. But
Right,
but
I
what I'm saying is, this is
Yeah.
what I mean. People will be fucking having the question against their skin and everything like this when riots do erupt, and there will be horrible fucking times, man. So and we've been pressured into this constantly, right? With the
See-
white hatred against us, and they know what they're fucking doing, right? The agenda, they know what they're doing. And remember now, there's an army of 100,000 in hotels, right? There's
Right, Streaky,
100,000 in hotels.
Streaky, I live somewhere where we have to do that.
All right.
Right. So I know how this actually goes down. And see, before you start putting any barricades across, you're going to have to go in and get everybody that doesn't think like you out.
Things like what? Things like you?
That everybody that doesn't think like you, you're going to need them out before you put that barricade across. Because you can't have liberals living in the same street you're trying to protect.
No. Liberals would be very difficult to be around.
No, not difficult. Impossible. They can't be there.
Yeah.
You
I
need to.
mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you liberals will not. When it comes down to the fucking crunch of it, people are going to go into skin as liberals will be like, they would be
Like-
no good to have around if you want any kind of fucking people to stick together, because they're always wanked out at the end, like, you know.
Yeah, but we're fortunate in Northern Ireland. We're already segregated and ghettoized because we have been for the entirety of my life. We put the barricades up in 1969, drew the lines, and in order to remain in that area, you got to think like us, which you have not done in England, Scotland, or Wales.
I don't know. Listen, 42, man. You've got this coming to you. You've got it anyway in West Belfast.
Yes.
You're not away from this fucking gift, man.
No, we've already got a big fuck off wall in West Belfast,
It's
and
coming
North
to you,
Belfast.
man. Don't worry, it's coming to you, bro. It's coming to us all.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, there's already a wall 300 yards from my house to segregate the community.
Right.
You know, as what I'm saying is, in England, Scotland, and Wales, yous are going to be starting from scratch and clearing all the people out of your area.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, mate. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
We,
You've got a bit of a head start there in
yeah,
thinking
we,
like that. Good for you. Good for you,
yeah,
mate.
we've been through that process,
Yeah. Good, yeah.
and
Good.
the it,
I've only heard good things about Northern Ireland. I've met Irish Rose a few times, yeah. Do you know anyway,
uh,
Irish
yeah,
Rag knows her. Yeah, she's a good girl. I've met her at 2 conferences and stuff like that. I've only heard good things about Northern Ireland, mate, honestly.
yeah,
Really have. And fucking
but
fair play to you boys, like, you know.
I mean, I I do worry about what's going to happen in England because, particularly the accelerationists, because I don't think they have an understanding of the realities of the whole situation.
Yeah, I know I can see what you say, but like I'd rather accelerate it now while we're in numbers. Yeah, while we have numbers now, it'll be absolute fucking horrors. I know, mate. And obviously, you know more than me what it would be like with what happened in the
Oh,
fucking troubles. But listen, mate, the longer we kick this can down the road, the harder it's going to be for our kids.
the the segregation in Belfast occurred in the period of about 8 months from the trouble started till everybody was battened into their own area. That was round about somewhere between 8 and 14 months.
Right.
And what happened was people were coming home and their furniture was outside the house. And if they
Right.
put it back in, they came home the next day and their house was on fire.
Right. And
And that's how we got all our segregation. And then over the last 40 years, we've put up wall after wall after wall. And those walls are getting higher and longer.
bridges, not walls. No,
Oh,
sorry.
oh, yeah. No, walls, not bridges. Anybody who thinks bridges are better than walls, I swear to fuck, there's plenty of
No,
walls.
listen, that's a joke with Bonnie and sense.
Well, yeah, I know. I get that. I
Anyway,
get that, but
what I'm gonna say is, listen, man, what's happened? We too fucking everything's too mixed now, too mixed, right? And there's gonna be
yep,
big fucking problems in the future, and that's all I
yep,
gotta say on the matter. I'm not talking about with religion and
yep.
basically all Northern Europeans and everything like that. What I'm talking about is an influence of people who are not from this fucking continent now, and we've never seen nothing like it before. And this is going to be constant as well. And it's going to come in many guises as well, like climate change and refugees and everything. We're going to face fucking something like an onslaught upon European people, nothing like you've seen before, mate.
I,
I will say though, there's something of like as a potential white pill from all this, and that is we don't know how when the boogaloos do eventually kick off, whenever that occurs, we don't know what's going to set them off, because I don't disagree, right, that there's an anti-white bullshit's going on, because the main focal point for them to obviously eradicate national sovereignty, you have to dilute the populations of the nations in order to eradicate national identity, etc. Right? I'm not denying all that, but all this stuff that they're doing right now, Agenda 2030, that's not just directed at us. That's directed at everyone that's here. That's directed at every country across the world, right? So even the BAMEs that are coming here on their wee boats and that, even the BAMEs that come here legally, they're in the shit the same as we are. So the question, I guess, is how would it kick off when it kicks off? Is it going to be everybody getting sick to the point of all this shit?
No,
or is it going to be
in Europe?
Because at the end of the day, as I said, I'm not disputing that there's like what's going on, that many facets of it's anti-white to its core, but the larger picture, it doesn't just affect us, it affects everyone. So it really just depends on where that anger is going to be directed when shit hits the fan.
Where do you think the anger is going to be directed to?
Well, if something was to start brewing on racial lines, that's different. But my point is, when people can't afford fucking food, or when people can't afford to heat their homes, etc., when the screws continue to be tightened, when they start to ban petrol and diesel cars, are they going to blame the white man for that, or are they going to blame the government? Because everyone's in the same shit at that point. You know, and these countries in the third world that are They banned them from being able to sort of gear up or level up even because of climate change. Yeah, they blame the white man for that, of course. But the point is, they use that as an excuse to prohibit these countries from being able to get to a position where they could actually sustain themselves, financially speaking and economically speaking. They're bringing everybody down to the lowest common denominator because it's a global agenda. It's not just white people.
Oh, you seen what happened whenever toilet roll went a bit short? Wait, whenever that's sprayed.
Just, but I mean, though, like all this shit, this cost of living bullshit, etc. and all this climate lockdowns, that's not just affecting white people. There's not one rule that's written saying this is explicitly a white-only policy. That's everyone. So just my point is, it really just depends on what kickstarts any sort of boogle in the future. If it's on racial lines, that's different. But if it's to do with just anger that's been, which of course there is anyway, people are getting sick of all this shit. If it's just predicated on those lines, then who fucking knows, do they?
Right. Here's a white pill. It is 3 minutes to 3, and we've been going for 4 hours, 24 minutes. And I'm for shutting this shit down and getting a bit organised for tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So, Streaky, any last thoughts?
Yeah. I might be going round Drunk Sue's tomorrow for Christmas dinner.
Oh, aye.
I'm too lazy to cook a roast beef myself. I'll let you know what happens.
Right. Good luck with that. DJ?
Nah. Let's just hope I feel better tomorrow, eh? Can't be spending Christmas Day feeling like shit, but...
Yeah. Nah. Well, what I want to say to the both of you is, DJ, Streaky Bacon, and Toffee, who's back in the chat now, thanks very much for coming on, lads, and going through this with me, because this would have been fucking bad on my own.
Toffee, obviously Toffee left.
Yeah, all right, Toffee, how you doing, mate? Where's that fucking lead-thieving, church-going, suit-wearing fucker, dog walker? Hey, Toffee, big shout out to you, man. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas to everyone in the chat. Especially
my
guy G.
Right, I'm going to find some music. Actually, I found some music just
it'll be something SCUM related, like, because I'm feeling very misogynistic right now. Like.
No, this is...
Sorry, I meant misandrist. Fuck, my mistake.
Not really misandrist.
That's what I am. But I think I learned some things tonight, in truth.
Good. Right, here we go. We buddy Alex Jones.
All right. Okay.
The paradigm of absolute control.
He's dumb.
That's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive, selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin, and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we want to eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions upon it, people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. Oh, oh, oh. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. Ooh. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much. I've been 42. DJ has been DJ. And you lot in the chat have been fucking amazing. Thank you. Good night. God bless. See you next week.